10 a.m. we're called. Good morning, members.
Good morning.
And good morning to our guests. So we have a couple of items and then we get to the feast. Okay. Let's have apologies for absence and chair's announcements.
We have apologies for absence, Chair, from Assemblymember Bacon MP.
Thank you. Okay. Pleasure to just update you on just a few recent Assembly activities. Thanks to all who came to People's Question Time. That was hosted by our wonderful Statutory Deputy Mayor and AM for Haringey and Enfield. And it was a lively affair. Last week there was a service in City Hall. Many of you were there to mark the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau and the 25th anniversary of the genocide in Bosnia. And we acknowledge the Mayor's presence at Auschwitz on behalf of Londoners. The Education panel recently wrote to the Mayor about how educational inequality is impacting young Londoners and called on him to use his powers to address it. And earlier this month, the Budget and Performance Committee published its response to the Mayor's draft consultation budget, and we're going to hear from the chair of that budget in a moment. And then, of course, we're going to go on and discuss the Mayor's draft consultation budget in much further details. Declarations of interest. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? Noted. Can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interest where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? None. Okay, we go to item 3. Now, it is a requirement that I read the following into the minutes of this meeting. Further to Standing Order 6.3, this morning will be used principally to consider the Mayor of London's 2019 to 20 draft consultation budget proposals. We'll begin this meeting with the Mayor presenting his draft budget proposal. This will be followed by the Chair of the Assembly's Budget and Performance Committee, who will present that committee's report on the Assembly's behalf. Following that, the Assembly will put questions to the Mayor on the budget proposals section by section in the order set out in the budget document. We have up to 2 hours for this activity. Then the Assembly will then move to debate and vote on those budget proposals. This is the first of a 2-stage budget setting process, and the Assembly is due to make a final decision on the budget at the London Assembly's Mayor's Question Time meeting on 24th February 2020. In accordance with Section 100B, 4B of the Local Government Act 1972, I have agreed to admit to the agenda a supplementary paper in relation to the Mayor's budget proposals as an urgent item of business. This is on the grounds that it relates to the police settlement for 2020 to 21, which was published after the agenda for the meeting and must be considered as part of the Mayor's draft Consolidated Budget 2020 to 21. Can I also please remind the Assembly that the Assembly's consideration of the draft consultation budget is covered by the budget procedures set out in Standing Order 6.3. Thank you. Can I now ask the Mayor to present his draft budget proposals? Good morning, Mayor. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair and Assembly members. I'm pleased to be with you here today to discuss the budget, ably assisted by my 2 wings, Martin Clark and David Bellamy, and looking forward to your questions later on. This budget sets out how I'll continue to deliver real results for Londoners at record speed with positive changes that make a tangible difference to Londoners' lives. This includes using the budget to continue to build on our world-leading plans to tackle air pollution and to continue to tackle London's housing crisis. But vitally, this budget also outlines the action we're taking to keep Londoners safe despite the government's massive cuts to the Met Police and youth services since 2010. As I announced in December, we've decided to increase investment in London's Violence Reduction Unit, which is leading our public health approach to tackling the complex causes of crime. We're proposing to increase the unit's annual core budget from £1.8 million to £5 million. And this will allow us to invest in more projects and programmes to make early interventions in young Londoners' lives. We're also proposing to commit additional funding to the Met Police. This is on top of the record amount of investment we've already made from City Hall. The funding confirmed last week by the government for policing in London doesn't go nearly far enough and fails to make up for the number of police officers lost since 2010, even though the capital's population has grown. In addition, there's still uncertainty about how much money the government will allocate to the Met in future years. This means that I'm once again left with no choice but to raise council tax in order to help tackle violent crime. So today I'm announcing that we're proposing to increase council tax by 22 pence a week, or £11.56 over the year from this April. This increase will raise an additional £15.7 million for policing and crime reduction, which will allow me to fast-track funding and bring forward the recruitment of 600 additional police officers into the year 2020-21, who would otherwise not have been recruited until 21-22. As Mayor, I'll always do what's necessary to help to keep our city safe. Chair, as always, I'm grateful to the hard work of the members of the Budget and Performance Committee. I value feedback and suggestions for this budget from members of the Budget and Performance Committee and from the wider Assembly too. And I look forward, Chair, to answering questions during the course of the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And we note that you're joined this morning by Mr David Bellamy, your Chief of Staff, and Martin Clark, Executive Director of Resources. And just to note, this, together with other members, will be Martin's last appearance at this meeting. Thank you both for being here with us. Can I now ask the Chair of the Budget and Performance Committee, Assembly Member Hall, to present the response to the Mayor's 2020-21 budget?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much, and I would also like to thank the Mayor for his opening remarks. I must also thank just about everyone involved in the Budget and Performance Committee's work on the budget this year, from my colleagues on the committee to the scrutiny and committee teams, particularly Gino, and of course our group office staff who support all of us members. On top of Crown's schedule for all our meetings, we also had something of a rotating chairmanship this year. So many thanks to Len for stepping in, and of course to Gareth for his tremendous work chairing the committee these past 4 years. As the new chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee, my role now is to outline the points of consideration that we identified during the scrutiny process that has taken place since the end of last year. Since their financial plans were submitted, the committee has held 7 meetings with the functional bodies and with the Mayor before today. A paper setting out recommendations from our budget report is included in the papers for today's agenda. The fundamental headline from our assessment of the Mayor's budget is that we continue to have concerns about Transport for London, TfL's future. The latest Crossrail delay is forecast to cost between £500 million and £750 million in lost revenue and up to £650 million in extra capital investment. TfL is now also slowing down delivery on capital projects. This committee continues to express concerns about the TfL capital position, particularly in light of these delays to Crossrail, which is beginning to look likely that it could be opening 3 years late. The loss of even more income from the Elizabeth line is certainly to have an impact on Londoners through lower funds available for investment in the wider transport network. There may be more postponed or cancelled projects to follow, particularly if the optimistic revenue projections are not achieved. The Mayor and TfL need to be much clearer about what TfL capital projects are potentially at risk over the next 4 years. It is important that they signal to the government and to the public projects that are of high priority. Transport for London is not the only GLA body in a tough financial position. The Mayor's budget for the Met shows a £1.2 billion budget gap to 23-24 and a capital plan that does not address the additional police officers that the government have committed. Housing remains a key issue for many Londoners, and the government has given London an unprecedented level of funding to build affordable housing, almost £5 billion. The committee learned as part of this budget process that £1.7 billion of this funding will not be spent until after 2022, and nearly £400 million won't be spent until after 2028. Is this the effective delivery of housing that Londoners need now? OPDC have experienced a major setback. It has lost a golden opportunity of £250 million of government funding to kickstart this much-needed regeneration project. It must now go back to the drawing board. Now the Housing Infrastructure Fund bid has been published, it is clear how flawed the OPDC plan was, and we would ask the Mayor to review it and review if it's appropriate for the OPDC to continue in its current role. The Mayor's budget proposals have several worrying holes. We are aware that there are uncertainties around the future funding of the GLA Group and the vital services it provides for London. 2020 will see a government spending review, the Fair Funding Review, the mayoral and London Assembly elections, and a reset of business rates, all potentially affecting the resources available to the GLA. However, the committee see the key to robust budgeting as sensible assumptions that are consistently applied so that deviations from the budget, when they happen, are easy to understand and to remedy. However, we are very concerned that MOPEC's budget assumes that we will recruit and pay for an additional 6,000 police officers, over the next 3 years. This is the number the Mayor said he wanted rather than the number the government has actually announced. So they're in the budget, but without getting any additional funding for them. So we have to look at how realistic that is. The capital plan remains largely unchanged from last year, despite a close to 20% increase in police officers. This is despite the Mayor telling the committee that MOPAC had already paused most of the disposals of assets. This was later denied by the Deputy Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Service to the Police and Crime Committee 2 days later, and then the Mayor reconfirmed the pause at MQT on the 16th of January. Is he confident that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing here? We need certainty. The Budget and Performance Committee would like to see a sustainable plan with a clear position on the police estate. The Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience stated, and I quote, "The Brigade's own investigation into Grenfell Tower lay bare quite a lot of the challenges and choices that we do need to address, and the need for a fundamental transformation across the entire service, and was clear about the scale of the transformation it required." And I quote again, "The sort of cultural transformation that the Brigade will require is at a level that has never been seen in the Brigade's history before." The new Fire Commissioner also confirmed that, and I quote, "We are planning very considerable and far-reaching transformation." The committee is supportive of the Commissioner's ambition, but is concerned that the resources for this vital transformation have not been provided for in this budget and plan, beyond a vague commitment in the newest iteration. By making these key admissions in your budget, you are making it very difficult for the Assembly to support your budget proposals. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we go into the questions from different sections of the Assembly. This is the political groupings, and we're relating to sections of the budget as published. So the first section will be on the Mayor of London's budget. And I have the lead-off question from Assembly Member Hall for the GLA Conservative groups.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. This is for you, please. A significant amount of the PR featuring yourself, particularly on the TfL network, now uses your name rather than just your title, Mayor of London. This was not something done by your predecessors. Is the increased spend on external affairs and PR since you took office more to satisfy your desire to achieve the name recognition of Ken or Boris?
No.
Okay, that's fair enough. Are you relaxed about the additional staff in the building and the doubling of staffing costs for City Hall?
Well, one of the things, Chair, we've been very successful at doing since I became Mayor is managing to secure funds from central government for things that our city needs. So, for example, if you look at the housing budget we've secured from government, the previous deal was from 2015 to 2018. We managed to secure a deal up to 2022, which is £4.8 billion referred to in the opening from the chair of the Budget and Performance Committee. Not unreasonably, if you've got £4.8 billion to start 116,000 homes, you need additional staff to make sure the money is spent properly and there is value for money. By the way, the staff ratio, if you compare City Hall's Housing and Land Department and this allocation of money versus the ratio for the HCA is far, far less for City Hall than it is for the HCA. Another example of money we've secured from central government, which has required additional staff, is the adult education devolution. We now have £311 million to spend in the FE sector in London. That's also required clearly additional staff to make sure that money is spent properly. Again, the ratio of staff we have compared to DFE used to have in relation to the allocation of this money is far less, which shows value for money internally, but also making sure the money is spent properly. There are other examples of fixed-term posts which we've had to do. For example, we've got the Euro 2020s coming to London this year, 7 games in London, the final 2 semi-finals, a last 16 game in 3 group stages. That'll bring huge benefits to our city. We are in charge of this, City Hall, and so we've needed people in fixed-term contracts to deal with the Euro 2020. Another example of fixed-term costs.
No, that's fine. You've answered my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have said you're quite happy with the doubling of staff bills. Obviously, we don't agree with that from this side. That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, can I have a question from Assembly Member McCartney?
Chair, sorry, just for clarity, there was an incorrect figure from the Chair. The staffing numbers haven't doubled, which is the assertion made in the final speech and the peroration.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When your draft budget was published, the government had not yet set the threshold by which council tax can be raised without holding a referendum. What impact did this uncertainty have on your budget?
Well, huge uncertainty. It's noteworthy the chair of the Budget and Performance Committee was critical of our budget setting, but was very silent in relation to the government's lacklustre response and presentation of figures. What it meant was we didn't have the final figures when the budget was prepared. That's why there's a supplemental information you have. But the real challenge isn't simply the delay in having information, but it's because we haven't got figures for the following 2 years. And you'll be aware you can turn the tap on for recruitment, but if you turn it off, it's difficult to turn back on again. So, for example, we have now been told figures for the 12 months coming after April, but we've got no idea in the following 2 years. So there are big challenges. I'll give you one example. When it comes to the estate for the MPS, do we plan for an estate for 32,000 officers, 33,000 officers, or 36,000 officers? When it comes to spending the money we've got from central government for the additional 1,369 officers, if that money is exhausted, we've got the officers in by September, do we then stop recruiting and turn the tap back on again in April? So these are just 2 examples of some of the challenges we have. It's not been easy, and I want to thank not just Martin, but the entire team for their hard work to make sure we've had a budget to present today.
Thank you. And can I ask, do you share my concerns that council tax will continue to be used to plug the gaps on police funding, which should really be from government grants?
Yeah, I mean, council tax is extremely aggressive. Those who are the poorest, in proportionate terms, pay far more than those who can afford to pay more. And what we're seeing is another example of big holes left by central government cuts, and council tax is being asked to fill that hole. It can't. And so we're doing our best to fill some of the hole. I make this point, we knew in 2010 the government was making massive cuts to the Met Police budget, £1 billion. In the 6 years after that, before I became mayor, the previous mayor didn't plan prudently to raise council tax to fill that hole, and we've calculated we've lost, roughly speaking, £700 million of lost council tax, which is 2,000 officers because of the actions of the previous mayor.
Thank you, that's helpful. And about the uncertainty about future years, is this something that perhaps you and the other Metro mayors could really lobby government about, because it won't be an issue just affecting London's budget?
Absolutely. So I'm meeting the Metro 9 next week. That's one of the things we'll be discussing. There's also police and crime commissioners across the country. All 43 police and crime commissioners are affected by this, and I can assure you that we'll be speaking to colleagues across the country. But also police officers, chief constables, the commissioner also speak about this, and Martin Hewitt, who's in charge of the police chiefs around the country, is also alive to this issue as well.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Twycross.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Mayor, your budget anticipates that the government will not review business rates until after 2021-22. What will this mean for your budgets beyond the current financial year?
I'll give you one example. TfL have no certainty about their funding post-2021. I mean, just think about that. TfL don't know what monies they've got coming around the corner, and yet the chair of the Budget and Performance Committee has the cheek to criticise TfL in relation to capital spend. That sort of uncertainty is not sensible. You compare and contrast any major body across the country, they wouldn't have that sort of uncertainty. It's difficult for TfL to plan. But also when it comes to SIF, a concern raised at the Budget Performance Committee was the Strategic Investment Fund. The great working we have in London of pooling business rates. Question, will that carry on after 2021? Not sure. And so these are some examples of the challenges posed by the uncertainty. We're hoping for the spending review this year, the budget in March, the funding formula referred to by the Chair to answer some of these questions. But in the meantime, it's very difficult for us to plan prudently.
Yeah, thank you. And this year, London's retaining a lower amount of business rates as the pilot period comes to an end. Do you share my disappointment that the government's inability to review business rates means that we're returning back to the old system and London is effectively losing out on over £100 million?
Absolutely. I mean, we're now, I think, being allowed to retain 67%, whereas previously, last year, it's been 75 and 100. There's a financial loss, and my Chief of Staff just referred to the financial loss, and as did you. And the problem is, progress is made. It's one step forward, then another step forward, and then it's 3 steps backwards. And the key thing is we've got to work with 32, 33 boroughs. We've now got a really good relationship, which is difficult. And the concern is because of the retention going backwards, do we lose the structures in place and the best practice we've got going? So we try to keep that going. And so we're hoping in the CSR, the government devolves not just back to where we were, but devolves other fiscal taxation as well to us, so we can have more control over our destiny.
Great, thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, Mr Mayor, I heard you talk about the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee having a cheek to say something. That in the context of today and the statement that was made, that wasn't the Assembly member speaking, that was a chair of the Assembly speaking on behalf of the Assembly. So I don't think cheek or personal attributes come into it. What you want to say about the Assembly member in her own role is something that I'll monitor, but I just want to put on record that statement was made on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you. Assembly Member Copley.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Moving on to the housing element of your budget, how will your budget help to meet the affordable housing needs of Londoners?
One of the things we managed to do in 2016 was to persuade the government not to be fixated by their definition of what an affordable home was. You'll be aware of the previous dodgy definition. We managed to persuade them to ensure that the money to be secured were used for social rent housing, London Living Rent and the shared ownership. You'll be aware the deal we have with government is 116,000 starts by 2022. 58,000 of those the government have stipulated should be intermediate housing, and the rest will be a combination of social rent and affordable London Living Rent as well. You'll be aware that we've managed to, within that framework, agree £1 billion with councils who will start 14,000 of homes, 11,000 of which will be homes with a social rent. And so we're making progress. We've managed to agree deals with not just councils, but housing associations, big, medium and small ones and others, to get the housing starts going. And this year the target is stretching. It's even more stretching than the last 2 years. The last 2 years we've managed to break records, and we're hoping this year to break a record as well.
Thank you very much. And I very much welcome the fact in particular the Building Council Homes for Londoners programme, which I think started more new council homes since the year before I was born in the last year. Moving on to looking forward, to the next settlement from the government. The Housing and Land, I think, in conjunction with the G15, carried out a very detailed technical report into the funding required to deliver the affordable homes that we need, and it found that £4.9 billion a year, which is 7 times what we currently have, is going to be required to do that. Have you already started negotiating with the government about that figure and the funding for the affordable housing programme beyond 2022?
Yeah, the government's aware of the needs of our city, but the pragmatic approach we've got to the government is actually we've got an opportunity to deal with the issue of the slowdown in the market value properties. You will know that the cross-subsidy model isn't working. And this is an opportunity, rather than there being a slowdown in building homes, for developers to switch to the affordable homes you refer to. We've set out a figure to the government what we think would be the ask. And don't forget, the good thing about building homes is it's homes people need, but at least the jobs being created, and it's an example of a good active industrial strategy. So we lobby in the government. I met yesterday the Minister for London, and I was really impressed with his knowledge of some of these challenges, but the conversation we had was a good adult one, and we're going to also try and impress upon him the importance of persuading colleagues in Her Majesty's government to realise that London has many shovel-ready projects ready, including homes, which we can get going pretty quickly with the right support from central government.
Absolutely, and I mean, 2 other things that would really help, of course, would be for the government to finally reform CPO, compulsory purchase powers, and to give City Hall the right of first refusal over sales of public sector land, which is a bit of an anomaly where the HCA outside London has that power in the rest of England, but we don't have that in London. Are conversations continuing with ministers about getting those powers?
Absolutely. You'll be aware of the progress we made with the devolution of the NHS estate, which is leading to good results. You'll also be aware of individual surplus public lands we've managed to do well in. For example, the prison in Islington, Holloway Prison, former Holloway Prison, we've managed to work with the council, Peabody and others to get a good deal there. But you're right, there are lots of other surplus public buildings, whether it's former schools, whether it's wirewires, whether it's other things, and we're trying to persuade the government to allow us to get involved in the conversation. So if we ourselves done a first refusal, we can actively signpost others who would make sure that the land is used for a benefit that Londoners really need, which is affordable housing.
Absolutely. And finally, moving on to looking at homelessness and rough sleeping, you've more than doubled City Hall's budget on this to £19.2 million a year, which is very welcome, but you've also set out a call of £574 million in funding and investment over 5 years from the government to eradicate rough sleeping in London. Have they been forthcoming at all with this?
No, we've had less warm noise from the government on that one. You'll be aware the issue isn't simply helping those rough sleepers once they are rough sleepers and stopping them right at the cusp to become a rough sleeper, but it's stopping them becoming rough sleepers in the first place, that pipeline. So although we've, last year, for example, helped around 5,000 rough sleepers, 90% of whom no longer sleeping in the rough, there's still a pipeline coming through, which is why even though we've doubled the outreach team, we're hoping twice as many people, keeping them off the streets. There is a pipeline coming through, and so far, no real movement from the government in relation to the support we need.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
What benefits do you expect from the 10% increase in your health spending budget?
Well, the key thing is around public health. we want to make big progress in relation to public health. You'll be aware of prevention being better than cure. And so we're doing a huge amount of work in relation to healthy eating, early years, primary school, secondary school. We're doing a huge amount of work in relation to the Child Obesity Task Force, what they're doing. You'll be aware separately of the progress we made in relation to water fountains and other progress. The health and care vision sets out the priorities there is going forward. And actually the good thing is, we shouldn't just think about City Hall budget. There is an attitude now where the NHS, councils and others are thinking about pooling resources and that bodes well for using the finite resources we have in a more sensible way.
Yes. Which leads to my next question. Of course, last year we saw your health inequality strategy, and which is beginning to deliver results, and also the health and care vision for London. This year we need the NHS partners and beyond to fund and implement the changes that you propose. How do you think that the GLA programme is sufficiently resourced to make this happen?
Well, look, I mean, we can always do with more resources, although we'd be criticised by either the committee or the chair. The key thing is to make sure that we have the right people to do to implement the strategy that we've got. One of the things that we've got, which is really good, is a London Health Board that now has key players from not just the STPs but councils, really importantly, because they've often felt not in the room where decisions are made that affect their constituents and their community. And so you'll be aware, for example, of the King's Fund 6-point criteria that we've now got in relation to any big decisions being made. But also the good news is we have now health inequalities as an issue in the work the Violent Structure Unit is doing as well. So as part of the work the NHS is doing, they understand the importance of dealing with violent crime. And so there's now joined upness with A&Es, primary care, working with youth workers, police and us to make sure we deal with that issue as well. So lots of examples around obesity, around dementia, around violent crime, where there's more joined upness which wasn't there before.
Great, thank you. And of course the GLA statutory duty relates to reducing inequalities. Successful GLA programs such as welfare advice in schools, home insulation and fire safe and well visits and tackle the wider determinants of health inequalities, especially when those who are vulnerable and disproportionately affected. Can we see these programs continuing in the next year?
Well, the budget that's presented to you today is a budget that makes sure that we can still invest in these things. Clearly, we'll have to see what happens with the CSR. We're keen to make sure we follow through. You will know, for example, the link with poor housing and poor health.
Yes.
Just one example. And so one of the big changes we've made is because council leaders and councillors are now involved in the conversations, there is joined upness. I'll give you another example. Social prescribing. Some doctors have been very innovative in, rather than giving, I'm not being flippant, but a tablet to cure an illness, actually thinking about if somebody's lonely, diverting them towards an older person's group, or if somebody has issues around poor health, maybe to the gym. And other examples of social prescribing, receiving good advice in relation to overcrowded housing or damp housing. And so that can only happen though if there's services available for a doctor to refer them to. And so we're seeing more of that sort of work across London. Clearly, councils need more resources to provide these facilities. Civic society needs more support, and so we're doing what we can. But the key thing is having the conversations to see what the opportunities are, and we're optimistic. If the government means what it says about more devolution, we can make more progress.
Good. And finally, of course, at the London Health Board, Richard Watts, the leader of the Islington Council, got to the real problem. He said that reducing health inequalities really means reducing poverty. And he challenged the employers to pay the employees the London living wage. What more do you think the GLA family can do to ensure that it creates in its chain, that it creates a good, healthy jobs for Londoners?
Well, I'll give you some examples. The Healthy Workplace is a scheme we've got where we're encouraging employers to provide a healthy workplace. It's not just in schools. One of the things we're doing is helping those who receive the minimum wage or just above to get free adult education from the budget being devolved to us, so they can skill up to receive a living wage. Since I've been mayor, we've more than doubled the number of employers now paying the London living wage. It's really important. If you do a hard day's work, you get a decent day's pay. It's one of the reasons why we froze TfL fares was to address the issue of the cost of living. Mm-hmm. One of the reasons why we're keen to invest in council homes we pay social rent, and affordable rent is to do with the issue of poverty you referred to. You'll be aware of the real travesty of food poverty, children going hungry during the holidays because there's no free school meals. One of the reasons we're doing work around that is because of the issue of poverty as well, and I could go on. So across the GLA family, we're trying to address some of the consequences of poverty, some of the causes, but actually what we need is actually big change from central government around the benefit system, really, really important, but also for government to use some of the levers they've got to address this issue as well.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Assembly Member Berry.
Very much. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you and the team for what you've done in the efforts you've made to send us accurate information during the scrutiny process, despite the government taking their time in giving us final information on what we could spend. We've struggled, I know, and it's been difficult. So thank you for at least trying with that. I wanted to ask you some questions about your strategic investment fund. At the Budget and Performance Committee meeting on the 7th of January, you outlined some of the spending that's been made from the Strategic Investment Fund, which is where you've put some of the business rates that you've received on top of what was expected in previous years. We heard there was £101.89 million allocated from the fund, but our calculations worked out that left £70.7 million unallocated. We received a letter this morning that was received by the Assembly last night, giving more details of the projects and what's been spent so far. That seems to confirm that figure of £70.7 million unallocated from the Strategic Investment Fund. Is that the right number as you understand it?
Yes, thereabouts, yeah.
Okay, so we asked you why the money has not been spent, because it was put aside, most of it was put aside 2 years ago, some last year. Why is this? Why is this sitting there?
The main reason was the huge uncertainties around Brexit and the impact that would have. If we'd have left in October with no deal, we'd have had to make sure we had the support in place in a strategic sense to help going forward. And so that was the reason why a decision was taken to not spend all of it in that year. Also, we had no idea what happened going forward in relation to business rates and other support from central government. You'll remember late in the day, the question referred to from a previous questioner, a decision was taken for us not to retain the full amount of business rates. We do want to, we've got ideas ourselves how to spend this £70 million, but I did make the offer to you and other colleagues in the Budget and Performance Committee to feel free to let us have any other ideas you've got. Actually, there is still a possibility of us leaving the EU in December this year without a deal. And so I suspect we won't want to spend this money until we know probably in June, July what's happening with, you'll be aware that that's the deadline by which the government's going to ask for an extension. But we've got a good idea where we want this money to go. But again, it's not finished decision yet. So feel free to let us know any other ideas you've got to allocate this £7 million.
Yeah, I mean, with respect, we have had an Assembly EU exit working group active, looking at the potential impacts of Brexit. We've come very close to having a no-deal exit on a number of occasions, and it would have made sense to get that money out of the door for the things that we could see coming down the line, the potential impacts. I mean, we are quite well aware of what was going on. I've been highlighting some of the impacts potentially on housing.
Well, except had we spent this money in expectation of a no-deal Brexit, and lo and behold, it didn't happen, I suspect one or two of you would have criticised us for preemptively using this money for a scenario that didn't occur.
Yeah, I don't mean...
Which is why the sensible thing to do is to keep the money there and to make sure it's available should we need to do so.
See, I don't agree with you there. I'm not talking about money specifically spent on Brexit itself, but on building up the resilience of London. I mean, that's what this strategic investment money ought to be used for, to make us resilient to the kinds of economic shocks that a no-deal Brexit would have caused. And I just don't agree with you that not spending it was the right thing to do. £71 million is a lot of money sitting there being fairly useless, effectively shoved down the back of the sofa, that could have gone on helping Londoners. You'll be pleased to know we do have ideas in our budget amendment for spending this money. I hope you'll listen. I hope you might make some changes in your final budget this year in terms of building up London's resilience to Brexit, but also its resilience and supporting communities generally, because that's what money should be spent on. But later, Mr. Mayor. Okay. I do want to ask a further question about the Young Londoners Fund. We are putting an amendment forwards later on this afternoon from the Green Group, which suggests refunding that. Now, I don't know what your plans are for this. I know you introduced it with some additional business rates that we received after the year after we proposed creating it effectively in our 2017 proposals. In the more detailed budget lines you get in the budget submission documents for the Communities and Intelligence Directorate, you can see the Young Londoners Fund spending sort of dwindling and coming to zero by 2023. And I'm collecting information from councils, as I usually do, on youth services. We can see there are cuts in several boroughs. 7 boroughs are planning an increase, which is an improvement so far that we've seen, but there's not in any way a refunding of youth services. And we do rightly make a conservative estimate of business rates. So what I'm asking you now...
your amendment or asking him?
No, I'm asking now about the business rates, because we rightly underestimate the amount of business rates we receive. It would be completely wrong to overestimate them. And every year we do get in slightly more business rates. So I am hoping that when we get the final returns, you're considering that the Young Londoners Fund might be getting first dibs on any extra money. Is that something you're considering?
So it's worth reminding ourselves why councils have to make the decisions they're making in relation to youth centres. I was with a council leader last week. His council's lost 62% of monies from central government over the last 9 years.
Yeah, we know how hard pressed they are. Yeah.
You'll also be aware, which was part of your speech/comment you didn't mention, was it's not just business rates money, it's business rates growth money, which is a one-off sum of money which I diverted towards the Young Londoners Fund. Clearly, if the situation occurs where we've got additional revenues raised, I'll consider how best to use it. But I think I've demonstrated, and I've talked on a number of occasions, the importance of dealing with the causes of violent crime. And one of those is giving young people constructive things to do, which the Young Londoners Fund allows them to do so. There are other policies we have, which also support young people, from the Sports Unite Fund to the VRU, and other funds we have, and we'll continue to make sure we invest in young people where we can.
Excellent. I just have one final, rather technical question. You were discussing with Assembly Member Copley the Rough Sleeping Fund. The government announced yesterday allocations from the Rough Sleeping Initiative, and within that was £6.6 million to the GLA. Again, looking at the budget submission documents, the more detailed budget lines, which showed the income, there was a gap in the income from central government there, and it seems like the draft budget doesn't contain yet that money that was announced yesterday by the government. Is that right, or did you already know about this and put it in the initial budget?
Sure. I think what happens there is that illustrates the problem, which is, whereas compared to affordable housing, where we got a 6-year deal with the government as discussed, with Rough Sleeping, it's very ad hoc, it's very drip, and so far the government has been resistant to our suggestions that a longer term strategic plan is needed. So, as you say, that was an announcement that came yesterday from the government. Clearly, discussions go on with CLG all the time, but we couldn't put any numbers into public budget documents in any case until such time as it's a public announcement, and we will look and see whether we've got the information now that we need to put that into the documents for the final draft budget. But it really is illustrative of the problem we face.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's councils all over the country having to make an application for an annual grant. It makes no sense when we know the direction of travel with homelessness, and that we need to provide long-term support. So thank you.
Assembly Member Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Mayor say how his budget and policy changes to the adult education budget will ensure that all Londoners have access to high-quality, lifelong education?
So the two big things that we've done, if I can remind the Chair, that we agreed not to change things too much in the first year because of the stability required by the providers. The two big changes we've done this year, so the big change last year is given free courses for those not yet receiving the living wage, to get them to the skills to get the living wage, but also to offer sign language for those who were deaf or with hearing issues. What we've done this year is two things which address the concerns that you've articulated a number of times. One is we've increased the funding for maths and English level 1, level 2, because big concern raised by employers is the lack of basic skills. The second thing we've done is increase the support in relation to special educational needs and disabilities teaching. So we're given the big concern raised by the providers were their staff and support staff didn't have the skills. So we're supporting them to give them the skills which will really help and make a difference to those who have special educational needs and disabilities.
Well, thank you. I'll just start where you finished, and the education panel, as you know, made that recommendation in your report, which you accepted, and thank you for that. And just to say, can I ask that you personally take the interest and follow this through, and hopefully ask for a report and then maybe share it, because this is a group that is growing and is now being seen as one of the most disadvantaged groups that have to be, their needs and skills and their access when appropriate into the workforce must be addressed.
Absolutely. Can I just reassure you, I have, as a result of that conversation. So TfL, for example, have apprentices who have special educational needs and disabilities, and we encourage them to spend time here for a number of weeks. I know some of them worked with some Assembly members and had a good experience. And the point I made is we've got some fantastic apprentices we should be thinking as well, and must be doing the same as TfL are doing, but using the whole GLA family to do much more in this area, and we can, and we should, and we will.
Yes, no, I think, yes, I will add my commendations to that particular aspect of TfL and their commitment to that programme. The other area that, you've got 8 key areas. The other area was to fund basic digital skills. And I just wanted to flag up to you that from some work that Ipsos Murray did in 2017, although it found that 81% of Londoners, of adult Londoners had basic digital skills experience, it also found that women, there was a 6% gap compared to that population in terms of their experience. Older people, now when we talk about older people, they were talking about 50 plus. Their exposure to that experience was reduced, and the lower socio-economic social grades, and within that we would find people on the working either at the London living wage or below. So can we receive your assurance that you will be looking at this particular group to say they are so important, because if this AEB budget can't help them, I can't see other budgets that will be used to help narrow the gap and to stop their further exclusion from this key sector.
First, just want to declare interest on 49, so I may well be in that group that you're referring to in the very near future. But we already are using some of the ESF money from Europe to target 2 of the groups you mentioned. That is women who particularly have been long-term unemployed, who need assistance, a bit more of a helping hand. It's what's called the entrenched unemployed, so we're using that money to help them in digital skills, and also helping BA&E Londoners who haven't got access to the skills for the brilliant jobs being created in London. But the point you raised in relation to over 50s is one I think the adult education budget can look into and will look into. And one of the things you'll be aware we're doing is we've got a KPI to measure the value added. And one of the things we need to be doing is looking at the importance of digital skills, particularly for those who in their workplace are receiving the continuing professional development they need, and adult education can provide a good way of giving that additional skills which will be needed. And that's one of the reasons why we chose last year to give free support to those receiving their minimum wage, not quite a living wage, and some of those skills are digital, which gives them the skills to get a pay rise in their workplace.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to finish by, through you, thanking Deputy Mayor Pipe and his team and the really courteous and cooperative way that they have worked with the Assembly's education panel on this particular area, new to us, and in fact we're the only devolved body with the adult education skills. And I was with others at a meeting where the rest of the country will be looking to see what we do with this budget, because I'm sure when you meet with your M9, this is one of the things that they will be saying, what are you doing with your AEB budget? Thank you.
Assembly Member Duval.
Mr. Mayor, since you've been here, you've rightly given a lot of support and been a great advocate for businesses in London. So this budget that we're about to, you're about to present to us is against the background of Brexit and uncertainty, as well as getting through change, because that's essentially what will occur. What will your programme, your economic development programme, support for businesses do in this coming year to help in those transitional periods?
Thank you for your question. It's a really important question. One of the statutory duties upon the Mayor is to support and promote economic development. One of the reasons why I supported the previous Mayor's investment in London and Partners was it was a good example of using, forgive me for using this language, the London brand as a way of supporting businesses here, but them doing even better with exports, but also bringing investment in. For every £1 that's spent on LNP, we bring in £15. But think about if you're a small business without access to export markets, going to one of the Mayor's international business programs. Think about if you're a small business or a medium business having access to an angel investor or a venture capitalist because of the support of City Hall. The reality is the Office of Mayor has huge convening power. And so, that really helps with businesses in London. Other examples of the value added we've done is in relation to skills. One of the things we've got to do is skill up Londoners for the jobs being created. There's no point having the world's best companies in London if Londoners can't access the jobs. That leads to a them and us attitude. It's really important. But the third part of the story is in relation to the work that Rajesh in particular has done around the Growth Hub. This is a really good example, and the London Growth Hub is fantastic. Those who've not been on it, please go on it. It gives advice to you as a small business or a medium-sized business, but also there's now physical advice being given. We've got a number of physical growth hubs across London as well, because the feedback was, it's great, but we wouldn't mind some face-to-face advice as well. It's really important. And the final part says this, Chair, through you, which is very important. One of the reasons why our city has been so successful economically is immigration. And in the context of this week, EU migrants. And don't underestimate the importance to our economy to EU Londoners in construction, in life sciences, in hospitality, in a whole host of industries, crucial to us doing well as a city. That's why it's really important that we welcome those who are here and frankly encourage them to stay.
Well, thank you for that question. If I'm interested on another issue, in terms of the Prime Minister described me as a doomster or gloomster or whatever, but in terms of predicting issues in terms of this period of transition and post-Brexit proper, the issue of rising costs in London, London's cost of living, one thing that has not been counteracted by those who say one of the consequences of leaving Brexit is prices going higher. How best from we in City Hall monitor the impact of that Londoners' cost of living, the extra cost of being part of London and the South East that many in other parts of the country, other parts of the kingdom don't actually have to bear with,
No, I mean, clearly, simple examples, if the pound goes down, it has an impact on imports, not just food, other imports as well. And so we keep a careful eye on that economics, but also we've got a very good way of monitoring how well businesses are doing by simple things like analysing the numbers of people who use a tube station at a certain time of day. So, for example, we can tell in advance of many economists if things are about to slow down because the numbers of people going to Canary Wharf Station at 8 a.m, 9 a.m. is less now than it was X weeks ago. So we've got sophisticated ways to assess, to feel the pulse of the London economy. But in relation to the cost of living, that's a big concern we've got. You'll be aware of the concern, and we've discussed this, of many Londoners who are in their early 30s have got a huge amount to offer, but decide to leave London because they want to start a family. They want to move from a flat to a home. They may go to other parts of the country or leave the country altogether. And I think those who talk about this being a brain drain have got a fair point, because we need these talented 30-somethings to stay in our city, start their family here, because they're crucial for our future progress. So it's a big concern that I've got, and one of the reasons why, you know, frozen TfL fares, building genuinely affordable homes, council homes, making sure encouraging employers to pay the living wage, and there's more we can do. But you're right, we've got to be live to that, because we can't afford to have the situation where people, A, don't want to come to London, but those that are here think about leaving because of the cost of living.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. You've previously told me that the water fountains, which we just mentioned earlier, have saved 22,000 half-litre plastic water bottles from being used, and that's per fountain. So that's the equivalent to over 500,000 bottles in the first 20 months of the use of the installed fountains. How many more plastic bottles will be saved by the investment in this budget?
Correct. I think Martin needs to get his calculator up, because that's one of those maths questions that in a previous slide I could have done. I mean, the point is, I mean, like, we can work out the figures and stuff in relation to all the water fountains we've got so far, the Zoological Society of London ones, but also the Thames Water one as well. This is a good example, by the way, of the staff we employ doing great work to get these water fountains off the ground. But don't forget, these are savings in perpetuity. And so we can work out the amount of money we've saved. So, for example, just the ZSL fountains have dispensed the equivalent of 500,000 half-litre plastic bottles in the first 20 months. Just the first 9 fountains of Thames Water, if you do a calculation, they've dispensed 25,997 litres, the equivalent of 52,000 half-litre single-use plastic bottles up to the 8th of Jan. So you do the calculations, and this is a good example of us walking the walk in relation to our obligations because of the climate emergency.
Yes, because each bottle obviously includes the need to use fossil fuels as well as unnecessary water.
And also, I mean, you didn't refer to the fantastic refill project we've got going, where there's now, you know, more than 3,500 refill points across London, where you can, rather than buying a new bottle or a new non-recyclable product, you can have the same flask you've got and fill up for free.
And it's free, which is always, I think, something that Londoners always appreciate. Moving away from plastic bottles, leaving them just to one side, how else is your budget going to enable London to move towards your challenging target of 65% of household waste being recycled by 2030?
Yeah, and you'll be aware of the work we're doing with the councils, because we've not got responsibility for this. The RRPs, the plans that they've devised, are plans that will lead towards more recycling. We've had previous discussion in relation to the frustration about the lack of progress made in London around recycling. I think the recycling we do as a city, as a region, is the worst in the country. We've got to deal with that. One of the challenges, by the way, is the numbers of people living in flats and the access they've got to recycling. So we've got to work with the councils to make sure the contracts they've got are good contracts. Some of those contracts don't come to an end for some time. So we're in negotiations and discussions with councils how they can get the best deal for their residents. But it's a real concern we've got, and we'll continue to work with the councils to make sure they can continue to pursue contracts that lead to more recycling.
Well, I think that's an interesting point, because Birmingham has some of the same challenges as us, a mobile population, lots of flatted blocks. And one of my concerns is about the will in some of the councils, and I'm ashamed to say that Wandsworth, which is one of the boroughs I represent, it has the 6th worst record on recycling in the country, and they've just produced a very good environment and sustainability strategy that doesn't mention separate food waste collections. And I've just seen that this month that Barnet are now talking about possibly charging people to collect their garden waste. Have you got the powers and the funding, and how are you going to encourage that political will amongst those councils?
Well, we'll talk to the councils you've referred to. There are, I mean, you mentioned a couple of bad examples. There are lots of good examples of councils making progress because of discussions with us from Havering to Hackney, and so we shouldn't tarnish all the councillors with a bad brush. Some of them really want to do well. Bexley, another good example. So we're working with a coalition of the willing, and actually one of the good things that we can do is get Council A to talk to Council B to reassure them that it can be done. So rather than appearing a top-down approach from City Hall, it's, if the council can say to a fellow council, listen, we've done it, this is how we did it, that can be quite a good way of persuading them. And by the way, London has won it. So it's a vote winner. And so we're hoping to persuade councils that they need to really raise their game where possible to improve recycling rates.
I think certainly London is a part of that coalition of the willing. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Boff.
Mr Mayor, how much of the fund was allocated to new rough sleeping initiatives last year were from the government, and how many were from your resources?
We've got that figure. While the Chief of Staff is finding that, I'm happy to answer another question if you like.
I just wanted to know what incentive the government is to give you more money when you've done so badly with the record-breaking amount of money you've received for housing over the past few years.
Well, dealing with both those issues, rough sleeping and housing. So on rough sleeping, we're helping more rough sleepers each year than ever before. So I'm not sure on what basis you say we're...
In terms of your housing budget.
So on housing, we've met every target agreed with the government. You'll be aware in the year before I became mayor, roughly speaking, 7,000 housing starts. In the first year where we had the target agreed, the target I think was 12,500. We met that. Second year target was 14,000. We I think got to 14,600. And this year we're well on target to meet the ever stretching target of 17,000. And so we're meeting all the targets set by government, more stretching than ever before. And I'm optimistic the government will see London playing its part in addressing the needs of the country in relation to both housing, but also rough sleeping too.
So, of last year...
So we've got the answer to your question about rough sleeping.
So, if you look at the GLA Mayor budget submission, 29th November, the table under para 316 sets out the externally funded programmes in the Housing and Land Directorate, rough sleeping and other support, overwhelmingly government funding.
Page number.
Sorry, page 12. That was 1920 budget is £7.74 million. As it stood when that was put together, budget proposal £579,000, then future years 216,000, and then increasing actually a bit in later years.
I would vote, because I could take up a lot of time asking you where that is with these sheets of paper in front of me. Perhaps you could write to me.
Page 12.
Yeah, but it's not in the group documents that are before the Assembly now. It's in the more detailed submission on the GLA Mayor budget.
Could you send me that?
Yeah, happy to do
so. So, getting back to your performance with regard to affordable housing, you haven't done as well as your predecessor, have you? And yet you've had more resources than your predecessor.
Not true. So housing was devolved to City Hall in 2012. And we've, in the last 2 years, started more affordable homes than ever before since these powers were devolved to City Hall.
Well, that's a bit, I hate to use the word disingenuous, but the Mayor has had control of the budget since 2008, hasn't he, through, through the HCA.
Well, the HCA are employed by...
He's had control.
Well, the HCA employed by the government, not by the Mayor, the powers were devolved to London in 2012-13.
Who chaired that HCA London board that made the decisions?
Well, so the HCA at Homes England, and the responsibilities were transferred to the GLA in 2012-13.
Who chaired the board that made the decisions?
The staff, the personnel were government staff. In 2012-13, they were transferred over to City Hall, and City Hall would devolve that function.
Who chaired the HCA London board, Mr. Mayor, from 2008?
Sure, I'm struggling a little with that one. It's a long way before our time in office. It's not really a question on the budget.
Yeah, it's not my job to answer questions, but it was the Mayor of London and took those decisions. And of course, back in 2009-10, 15,629 homes were built, and 2010-11, 16,351, both of which have beaten your records.
I'm really grateful, Chair, because what the questioner gives me a chance to talk about is the fantastic investment from the last Labour government. Because what happened was the fantastic last Labour government invested huge amounts in genuinely affordable homes in the HCA. And what happened was in 2012-13, the first tranche of this horrible Tory government's money began coming, which is a massive cut, which twinned with the devolution to City Hall. You've got the double whammy of a Conservative government cutting money to Central London, but also a Conservative mayor being in charge of house starts in London, which led to a dip in housing starts of genuinely affordable homes, but also a dodgy definition. Then you fast forward 2016-17, where we negotiated a deal with the same, not very good Conservative government. What we've seen, though, is a better definition of what a genuinely affordable home is, but records broken in relation to genuinely affordable starts in London. I'm grateful for the chance to set that out, Chair.
Thank you. I always like to give you an opportunity to talk. Talking of those dodgy definitions, how many of those 12,555 homes that were that just scraped you into the target for 2017-18 were restarts, and how many restarts were there in 2018-19?
We've got those figures, but you'll be aware, Chair, that the entire 116,000 is considered as one figure. So if there was a restart in between the years, that would still only count as one for the 116,000. Of the 116,000, 58,000 are intermediate homes, but the definition is one that leads to more genuinely affordable homes. But if there's any concern about a restart between year 1 and year 2, it still comes as the one start in the entire 6-year programme.
So the restarts last year, how many were there?
I've not got those figures to hand in a budget report, but we can send those to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Assembly Member Devonish.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hi.
The budget seems to lack a step change on the climate emergency since last year. What more can you do to embed the environment throughout your budget, please?
Well, I'm not sure, Chair, if that is a criticism for the additional £2.1 million or welcoming the additional £2.1 million to invest in environment. Some examples of what that money is going to be used for, and I look forward to support of the budget, is tackling air quality, helping to establish London as a national park city, helping us move towards zero carbon and zero waste, and also to address the issue of severe weather and climate change impacts. But I'm happy to go through those if you want.
No, that's fine, thank you.
Fine. But
can I ask you what happened to all the trees that you promised to plant?
Well, I was quite clear we were going to increase hugely the amount of trees being planted in my manifesto, and I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to say in the first 3 years with me as the Mayor, we planted more trees than the last 8 years with Boris Johnson as Mayor. We've now, I'm pleased to tell the Assembly, planted more than 200,000 trees since I became Mayor, which is more than the previous 8 years. Now, the course of the next few months, we could get up to 280,000 trees, and this budget is a good example of us investing in not just trees, but this really important environment. Rather than being somebody who denies climate change is taking place, I'm somebody who believes there's a climate emergency, and we're going to take bold steps to address that.
Do you recall how many trees you promised to plant in your last manifesto, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we didn't give a number. We said we're going to increase.
Yeah,
you did. You said 2 million in the document.
Well, Chair, let's be quite clear. What's been said by the chair of the Tory group whispering into the ear of Senator Devonish is that my manifesto said that I would plant 2 million trees. That is incorrect, and I'm really happy, Chair, if somebody's got access to the internet, to check what my manifesto says. And my manifesto did not say we'd plant 2 million trees. The manifesto made a clear promise, which we've more than exceeded, but also in 3 years managed to plant far more trees than the previous mayor managed in 8 years.
So you failed on trees. So is this city under your administration? I think I'll leave it on the Labour group laughter, Madam Chair. He's failed on the environment. Thank you.
Assembly Member Curtin, raise the tone.
Oh, I don't know about if I can do that.
Go on, try. Come on, just raise the tone.
Mr. Mayor, alluding to one of your previous answers, which I don't particularly agree with, one of the things that businesses will have to do in the next decade is to wean themselves off their dependency on cheap foreign labour, which is all led to the rapid mass immigration that we've got in the capital. But that's obviously also why we need an Australian-style point system, which is coming in. We need also a cap and a salary threshold with that. But where this relates to you, Mr. Mayor, is that you're in charge of the adult education budget. So how are you going to make sure that your control of the adult education budget is going to lead to a skilling up of British citizens living in London?
Well, I don't want to unpack all that question. Let me just deal with the bits that are tasteful, which is, I think what we need to do is make sure that there are Londoners who currently haven't got access to the brilliant jobs being created in our city because of lack of skills and a number of other reasons. And we've got to make sure we give them the aspiration and ambition, but also the skills required to the brilliant jobs created in London. I also think actually we've got the ability in London to use a challenge as an opportunity. So the challenge is how we address the climate emergency, but it's an opportunity to create jobs in the future, for example, with green jobs. I'll give you one example. You and I both talked in the past about black taxis and the importance of them playing their part. More than 3,000 electric taxis now in London. They're built in factories in the UK, in the Midlands. Good example of jobs being created, but also dealing with the climate emergency. Other examples we can do in relation to fintech, or we can do in relation to other things in London. And you're right, adult education being devolved to London allows us to make sure we can target the help to where it's needed. The chair referred to, for example, black, Asian, minority ethnic communities. She referred to women, long-term unemployed, but also those Londoners who have special educational needs and who are disabled. Having control of the adult education budget can help us make sure these people are skilled up to the jobs that are being created in London.
Great. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned children with special needs, you mentioned black, Asian, minority ethnic communities, but obviously one of the groups we know about which has got poor educational attainment and is suffering are white working class white boys. What are you specifically going to do for that group of people who really need investment because they've lagged behind in terms of educational opportunities?
Well, your first question was about adult education, and you've now pivoted towards boys. I'll go to boys if you want. And so I'm not in charge of the education budget in relation to primary schools and secondary schools. But you're right to highlight that there are too many Londoners, white working class boys, who aren't fulfilling their potential. It's really important those primary schools, particularly in those parts of London which are deprived, have good teachers. One of the concerns we've got is the issue of the difficulties schools in London have to recruit teachers because of the high cost of living and other challenges in London. So I've worked with schools to help them recruit teachers in London. Senator Member McCartney's done lots of work in relation to making sure we recruit and retain, but also get good head teachers as well. But you're right, schools should be the ladder by which children from ordinary backgrounds, white working class, can have their potential fulfilled. When you look at the GCSE results of white working class boys, not good enough. You look at those white working class boys who go to university, not good enough. And it's very important that throughout the education system, much more is being done to help those young people. And you referred to one group that could do some additional help.
Thanks for your answer, Mr. Mayor. You're talking about primary and secondary schools, which really, that's important to say, but it's not really what you have control over, but you have control over the adult education budget. I mean, how much, as in percentage terms, are you going to spend of that to fund apprenticeships, particularly higher and degree level apprenticeships, which will give people a real leg up and skill them up to do the jobs that need to be done in London?
So there's the apprenticeship levy. We're in discussions with the government about the apprenticeship levy to try and make sure we can keep more of what London puts in. What happens at the moment is quite a lot of the apprenticeship levy from London businesses leaves London. A lot of the small employers, in particular in London, want to take on an apprentice but can't because of the difficulties involved. And so we're in discussions with the government about seeing whether big employers can work with smaller employers in relation to do with the admin side, so small employers can take on apprenticeships. We've got separately the Mayor's Construction Academy, which is encouraging Londoners to be apprentices in the building trade, and there are separately apprentices we're encouraging employers to do. As far as the FE budget is concerned, those are individual allocations to different providers. And what we'll do after the first 2 years, once we've given them stability, is talk to the providers about what they can do in relation to working with employers to have more apprentices across our city. One of the things we've got to do is get rid of the snobbery there is against vocational training. There's too much snobbery and pressure to go towards university without realising the huge benefits there are to vocational training as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Assembly Member Curtin. Now, we move to the next section, which the London Assembly component of the budget. Are there any questions on that? No? Then we move to the next section, the Mayor's Office for Police and Crime, and we have Assembly Member Whittle with his question.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning.
Morning. On this section of the budget, I've got a couple of quite specific queries relating to paragraph 420, which is about the earmarked reserves, MOPAC's earmarked reserves. Just 2 points, really, which I'd like clarification on. There's a point at which you say there will be other earmarked reserves drawn down to include those to be used to smooth police officer numbers in the medium term. How much would that be, and what exactly does that practically mean, smoothing police numbers?
Sure.
So that's the paragraph. So there are two things, Chair, that are going on there. Firstly is, and we talked about this last year, the government's intention to change business rates growth in order that those receipts come in at a later date than now. Now we get them as estimates in terms of when the taxes are actually paid. The government is proposing that they come in later, and that will mean a 2-year cash flow change. So last year the Mayor set aside £118.6 million from business rates in order that we could bridge that and continue to fund the 1,000 extra police officers that the Mayor has funded. That's the main thing, and then the other aspect of it is there's a reserve for police officer smoothing, where when we found any underspends in the Met's budget, we've kept those aside, knowing the challenge, some of the medium-term financial challenges facing the Met, in order to use that to keep officer numbers up. I don't have a precise figure on that, but I'm sure we can get that if you want it.
You mentioned as well here certain of the reserves will be used for updating technology, outdated technology. Something that's come to our attention of the Police and Crime Committee an awful lot is the way in which the lack of this forensic technology, particularly in relation to sexual offences, you know, the phones now, which figure so largely, is actually halting action. Charges can't be brought. This is hugely important. What component of this new technology will actually be those sort of programmes? This is a huge priority.
We've not got the figure, we can write to you. Just to reassure you though, I mean, I visited one of the police buildings recently, and this has now been rolled out in relation to the ability of the police to put the phone into a device.
Yes.
And to far quicker than waiting weeks and weeks and weeks to get the information. We can write you with the exact figure we've got.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Is there a figure that you've got?
Sorry, we did provide additional funding in previous budgets to allow more to be done in this space. And the other thing that we've been doing is working with the police community when the government has talked about the uplift of officers, ensuring that they're fully funded. And we've been making the point very clearly that obviously you think about officer salaries, you need to think about equipment, but you also need to think about supporting services, because it's no use having those additional officers. But if then the forensic services, as your example, are not there behind them to help them process the people they arrest. And so that's been built into the formula, and we're expecting the government to be honouring that in terms of the allocation decisions it makes.
Because obviously this is one of your main priorities in violence against women, rape, whatever, and this is a huge obstacle at the moment.
It is.
Thank you.
Okay. Assembly Member Dessau.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I have two sets of questions. The first set is around police funding, and the second set is around funding the public health approach to youth violence, and particularly the Violence Reduction Unit. So to start off with questions around police funding, Mr. Mayor, it's welcome to see that last week the government police funding settlement showed that they finally started to listen to calls from the Assembly, yourself, and the Commissioner, and increase the funding they are providing for the force. However, the announcement does not come close to unravelling the £1 billion worth of cuts to the Met over the last decade. What more do we need, Mr. Mayor, to see from the government if the Met is to get back to full health?
What we need is a complete reversal of the cuts they've made. So the officers we're going to receive, we will still have fewer officers than we had before the cuts came into place. And so we need a huge increase in investment in the police, but also the point alluded to by Assemblymember Whittle, the sort of back office stuff they need as well, the forensics as well. And so all we've received last week, although I welcome it, is funding for the 1,369 officers. We think over the next 2 years we need to take that up to 6,000 with support as well. But also we need from the government support for the things that stop people getting involved in crime in the first place. Youth services, after-school clubs, constructive things for young people to do are really important as well.
So, Mr. Mayor, just following on from that, can I specifically ask you about the National and International Capital City grant? So whilst we welcome the extra money for officers, it's notable that in the police settlement, the Met have been significantly underfunded through the National International Capital City grant, or NIC as it is called. We had Sir Stephen House before the police committee on the 9th of January, when it was announced that the police settlement for NIC was 185.3 million, and that the Home Office accepted under funds NIC, and that London should in fact receive around £350 million for this. So what are the particular challenges of the underfunding of NIC? And can you assure us that you're going to be holding negotiations with the government to resolve the underfunding of this grant over the course of the next year?
Well, the shortfall in the monies we should receive as a national and international capital city is £160 million. If you look at the difference, and there was no increase in that in the announcement last week. We will carry on lobbying the government for the importance of the NIC money, and you will know the challenges being a capital city and a global city are in relation to the sporting events we have, in relation to the diplomatic visits we have, in relation to the protests and demonstrations we have and on. And the government recognises the principle, which is why you've got a national international capital cities grant, but they're not funding us the amount we need. It's really important they fund us for the amount we need, and that's why we will carry on lobbying the government. Clearly the Assembly can assist us in relation to persuading the government it's the right thing to do, and it's actually the fair thing to do. Our comparator, with respect, isn't Manchester, Liverpool or Sheffield. Our comparator is New York, who have got a smaller population, more police officers and more support as well, because, you know, even though it's not a capital city.
I think it's worth pointing out that the independent civil servant, whose name escapes me for the time being,
Richard Martram.
Sorry?
Richard Martram.
Yeah, he also sort of accepted that the Met were underfunded.
Correct.
And if I can say so, Mr. Mayor, I think this area of police funding that certainly does not have widespread recognition in that the Met do work, which is national and international.
Correct.
And the public, I think, the Londoners out there don't seem to be aware that, you know, the Met is grotesquely underfunded when it does such vital work. And perhaps in terms of our campaigning work, we might want to give attention to publicising this aspect of the Met's work and then the funding from the government. So just moving on, thinking long term, will you be lobbying the government to bring forward a multi-year police funding settlement as called for by the Police Federation that will allow the Met to effectively plan for the long term and that will provide assurance that the cuts we've experienced over the last decade are to be fully reversed? Yeah,
I mean, what we need is a proper 3-year at least programme. I mean, someone which will refer to the challenges of smoothing. That's because we're never really sure what's going to happen around the corner. So what the government needs to do is give us a long-term settlement so we can plan properly.
Mr. Mayor, just one more question. In your opening statement to this Assembly, you said that you had no choice but to increase council tax, including the police precept. There has been criticism, certainly that I've seen on social media, from some well-meaning people who are criticizing you for doing this. Why is it necessary for you to increase the council tax and the police precept? What would happen if you don't? And what benefits does it bring to Londoners? You alluded to 1 or 2 sets of figures in your opening statement, but I think it's important to address this issue very directly.
Sure. So over the last 4 years since I've been mayor, each year I've increased the council tax police precept to the maximum I can go. And that's because of the preceding 6 years, the cuts we've had. So we've lost from our budget already £833 million because of central government cuts. Now, because of my policies over the last 4 years, we can get the exact figure, but I think we've put back into the budget around £280 million of money we wouldn't otherwise have had. We've got to do that because we've got so few police officers. I'll give you a compare and contrast. In 2010, for every 1,000 Londoners, we used to have 4.1 police officers. Now it's about 1,000 Londoners, 3 police officers. So when people say they don't see a police officer, it's probably true because we've got fewer police officers. They're understretched, they're under-resourced and overstretched. So I don't apologise for investing in London security and safety, and it's really important that we do that.
Okay, thank you. Just moving on to my next set of questions, a couple of questions here on the violent reduction unit. So how crucial is funding to the violent reduction unit and to rescue and response in addressing youth violence?
First, I think it's worth putting on record that the government has supported us for a second year in a row with the violence reduction unit. So in the first year, they gave London's VRU £7 million, 1920, and they've agreed to give £7 million for 2021. And I want to thank the government for that recognition of the work of the violence reduction unit. The violence reduction unit is a way we can implement the public health approach, which is dealing with crime as you would an illness, which is to deal with the infection, stop it spreading, and stop future infections occurring in the first place. And so that will enable us to do things like after-school clubs, work with schools to avoid exclusions, have youth workers in A&Es and trauma centres. And additionally, in addition to the government money, City Hall is investing millions of pounds in it as well. I think £7 million 2021 on top of the £5 million we did last year. So the core budget of the VRU goes up, which is really important going forward.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask you about performance indicators. In September 2018, you said, and I quote, "I want to be honest with Londoners that the work of the unit will not deliver results overnight. The causes of violent crime are many years in the making, and the solutions will take time," unquote. We know, as you have said, that VRU will not deliver results overnight. However, can you tell us how the unit's performance will be measured? What positive changes to youth violence have the work of the VRU achieved, and whether this information will be readily available to Londoners?
Yeah, really good point. So we've got a number of indicators to see whether the VRU is going to be a success. One is we want to see a reduction in hospital admissions of those who have received a knife injury under 25s. We want to see a reduction of knife injuries to those aged under 25. We want to see a reduction in all non-domestic homicides, especially where the victims are below 25. And there are a number of other things that we will also do, which is set up a strategic needs assessment, which deals with the drivers of serious youth violence, but also a response strategy as well. So we've got a number of indicators, and we'll be able to see the success or otherwise of the VRU, but also be able to adapt our policies to make sure we scale up those things doing well and stop funding those things that are not doing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question, but I'll write to you about the rescue and response work of MOPAC. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Mr. Mayor, the Assembly has been told by you twice in the last 3 weeks, on the 7th of January and on the 16th of January, that the Met sale of police stations has been paused, to use your words. Yet on the 9th of January, in answer to my questions, we were informed by the Deputy Commissioner that the Met would be pushing to proceed with all the planned sales of police stations in the capital. And we've got some idea from the government of how many additional officers you're going to be able to recruit in the next financial year. So when will clarity be given on the future of police stations that have closed but are yet to be sold?
Yes, so we're just clarifying, Chair. There is a pause in relation to the sale of all of the estate that was previously planned. Some of the estate that is clearly not fit for purpose can still proceed, because even if the police force was to go up to 37,000, some of these, because of location, because they're just in really poor condition and not fit for purpose. We will have a decision from, it'll go from the MPS Senior Management Board to the Deputy Mayor. I can give you the exact date. I can write you the exact date, but it's
imminent.
It's in the near future, but I can give you the exact date offline. But it goes from the Management Board to MOPAC, yeah.
That's a reflection of the outcome of the review, where the review said, well, let's just pause on everything and check, and that review isn't complete and we still have uncertainty about future officer numbers. But as the Mayor said, there are some buildings where the Met has concluded, under no circumstances would they be a productive part of the estate, and it's better to get the revenue and
I understand
recycle
that, and obviously for the capital investment we've talked about, there may be certain buildings that you want to sell off, but the Deputy Commissioner was absolutely clear. They had completed their review and they wanted everything that had been planned for sale to go ahead. Will this decision be made before the May elections? Because I think it's really important for Londoners to understand the decisions that ultimately you and your Deputy Mayor will be making.
Yeah, we're not going to delay announcing that part of the estate that is no longer required. We're not going to delay that because of the election, because we need the revenues in.
Right, so there will be a decision before the May election
I'd
on
be
the
surprised
sale.
I'd be surprised if there wasn't a decision much sooner than that. Yeah. If you work backwards and assume PERD is March 23rd-ish, I'd be very surprised if there wasn't a decision before then.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then when deciding on the future of police stations, will you and your Deputy Mayor be considering closely the outcome of the judicial review relating to Wimbledon Police Station and ensure that it remains open for the police and public to use?
Well, the Wimbledon Police Station is, I think, the Merton 24/7 front counter that's available. The commitment was for each borough to have one police station building that was open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And my understanding is Wimbledon is the one for Merton. So what I can do is write to you in relation to that particular police station, but there are no plans in relation to the discussion we just had about those buildings no longer fit for purpose. Wimbledon isn't one of those.
Okay, well, I'm pleased to hear that.
Well, why don't I write you to give you...
That would be helpful. And obviously you previously looked at one 24/7 police counter in every borough with more officers and so on. Are you looking to increase that going forward?
To increase...
the number of 24/7 police counters?
Because I'd actually, with the investment we've given the police in mobile appliances, and it's now possible for police officers to do far more work remotely and actually go to the hubs because they've now got the tablets, and so there's no need to have the desktop there used to be. And so what we're doing is making sure there are police buildings available for police officers to use, and the stuff they need to do. It could be forensics, it could be whatever it is. But there's no need for there to be more front office counters, and actually more and more members of the public are reporting crime either digitally or on the phone, and so actually the counters that are still open are not used much. You know, some of the counters have 7 crimes reported in a daytime, and so there are no plans to increase front office counters. There could well be more police buildings, but they'll be for police officers and not public facing.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Mr Mayor,
Morning.
To what extent was your decision to cut £38 million in your first budget from the police staffing budget impacted on how much you've had to spend now to get our numbers to uplifted in police numbers?
I don't accept the premise of the question, but it has had no impact on my budget today.
It's had no impact at all. Of course it has, because it set us back. So that guaranteed we were further behind where we would be now if you hadn't cut the funding then.
No, the reason why, Chair, we're further behind is in the 6 years before I became Mayor, the previous Mayor chose not to increase the council tax police precept. In fact, in the 4 years before I became Mayor, he cut it. We've calculated that meant London lost more than £700 million of council tax revenues. And we've calculated we have 2,000 fewer police officers. That's what's been a challenge for us. It's catching up with the combination of central government cuts, thousands of officers because of the £1 billion cuts, but also 2,000 officers fewer because of cuts from, by definition, because of council tax not being raised.
Mr Mayor, you made the decision to cut that £38 million, which then left us behind the numbers we would have been at now. Because as we all know, it takes time to recruit officers. You cut that money. What decisions have you made now to speed us back up? Because you missed an opportunity to keep our numbers moving in the right direction.
Chair, it shows a basic lack of understanding of the police budget. So in 17-18, which is the year alluded to, I raised council tax, police precept to the maximum allowed, which meant we raised £25.3 million additional, but also the business rates that year was 2.5 million. So as a consequence of my policies in 17-18, we're £27.8 million additional for the police budget. In 18-19, £140.1 million additional. In 1920, £232.2 million additional.
Mr. Mayor.
And this year, £270.9 million additional.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. But the fact is you did cut the budget then for policing numbers, and I'm asking, has that had a material impact on how much you've had to invest now to try and catch us back up? His very first budget, 17-18.
No.
No. The Mayor.
Excuse me. Assembly Bailey, just can you give your question again and be clear about the year you're talking about?
In your 17-18 budget, you cut £38 million from the police staffing budget, which guaranteed we'd lose some of our recruitment to police. I'm asking you today how much extra you've had to put in now to make up for the cut that you made in 17-16 to your budget. 17-18 to your budget.
Well, Chair, I'm none the wiser.
Well, maybe that's where the problem lies. You should be on the wiser. You cut the budget that paid the police's salary, so we have less police. It's quite obvious.
Chair, what the questioner doesn't seem to understand, and I'm happy to explain again, is in 17-18 I increased the police budget by £27.8 million. I also increased it further in 18-19, increased it further again in 19-20. So
Mayor.
the question appears to be, what is a consequence of a decision made in 17-18?
No, Mr. Mayor, that is not the question. Did you or did you not cut £38 million from the police staffing budget in your 17-18 budget?
Well,
yes or no?
I made no cuts to the council tax business rates.
But that's not what I'm asking.
Input to the police budget.
That is not what I'm asking. That is not what I'm asking, Mr. Mayor. I asked you a simple question. Yes or no is the answer. Please let us have it.
Chair, I didn't cut the police budget in 17-18.
You cut £38 million from the police staffing budget in 17-18, yes or no?
No, I've heard an answer from the Mayor, so let's move on. He said no. Can I have a follow-up question?
That's
no,
incorrect,
No, I'm not here at the moment to deal. I'm not able, without information in front of me, to deal with correct statements. You asked a question, you got an answer. Do you have another question?
Give an accurate answer to such a serious question.
Do you have another question for the Mayor?
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. Assembly Member O'Connell.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr Mayor and others. I want to return to the subject of the Violence Reduction Unit, following earlier questions. We do have a crisis of violence in this town. Monday night, you'll be aware, in Croydon, we lost a 16-year-old young man, Louis Johnson, who indeed was engaged with the services. So on the question of the VRU, picking up from an earlier point around KPIs, and you gave us some detail around, shall we say, aspirational KPIs that you'll be looking for, when may we see those measurements and how the VRU is performing?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the comments about the 16-year-old boy who lost his life in Croydon, East Croydon Station. Those figures should be available. Well, we've agreed with the government to provide them to the government at relevant intervals, and I'll make sure they're publicly available as well. There's no reason at all why they shouldn't be publicly available. So I can't see. So as soon as we have them, I'll make sure they're available.
Okay. Well, we'll continue looking for them through the Police and Crime Committee as well. You also touched upon funding earlier, and it's pleasing that the government has continued its £7 million funding towards the VRU in addition to your funding. And I see within your budget you commented on increased core funding of £5 million, I think, in years to come. What I see is that's in the budget for, I think, 4 years hence. It continues for 4 years. And I'm interested in how long you're intending to sustain the VRU for, because I believe when it was launched, there, which were 18 months ago now. There's no quick fix, I get that. But we were looking at results, hopefully, over a couple of years. Tell me a little bit about your thinking around sustainability and how long the project you intend to support and invest in the project.
Well, ideally, Chair, we'd want to have no need for a VIU because we've dealt with the issue of violent crime. The evidence is it's unlikely that we'll be able to reduce violence crime to levels we want to in the very near future.
Yeah.
That's why we in City Hall think for the foreseeable future we want to invest in a VIU. I make this point, and the government deserves credit because last year they only agreed to fund the VIU for 1 year, the so-called surge approach, and to give them credit, they decided to, and that had to be out by March 1920.
Yeah.
And to give them credit, they've invested for another year. We'd like to persuade them to give us the certainty of funding because if you imagine Europe, somebody receiving a grant, you employ not for the 1 year, you employ for a longer period, or a young person receiving a facility. So we are trying to encourage longer-term funding for some of these organisations and facilities.
Okay, thank you. And this, of course, is talking about the public health approach. The other side to the approach is the more attritional side around perhaps the violent crime task force, which you introduced last year. And I may have missed it, I don't see any notes around the sustainability of the funding on the task force, Mr. Mayor. Can you respond to that, please?
Thank you. And the Violent Crime Task Force was funded from City Hall as well.
Yeah.
It's an operational decision by the Commissioner.
Right.
And that's, for the foreseeable future, that will carry on. I'm not got the exact figure, but from memory it was £50 million, but it's within the MPS budget, so that will carry on. But actually, it's been complemented by the announcement from AC Jane Connors last week of 100 experienced officers, not part of the Violent Crime Task Force, but targeting habitual knife carriers as well. So I'd like to reassure the Assembly member that I've received no information from the Commissioner or a team that work's not so very important. But what's happening is also there's a mainstream of some of the functions of the Violent Crime Task Force to other police officers as well. So you'll see more examples of the work that VCTF is doing by the mainstream police as well.
I think it's just a comment really. I think the mainstreaming is important. When we Assembly members in the committee went out with the task force, at that stage they were being brought in from other parts of the organisation, and mainstreaming is important. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you. Can I refresh your memory, Mr. Mayor? In a question that was asked by our good friend, Assembly Member Pigeon, which was on the 18th of January 2017, she asked the question, how do you plan to reconcile your strategic objectives of 32,000 police officers when your proposed budget for the Metropolitan Police Service contains a £38 million cut, which I believe is what my colleague Mr. Bailey was referring to, though recognising current police numbers, meaning there is no budget to pay for officers' numbers above the current level of 31,200. I can also jog your memory, Mr. Mayor, in your response. You said that the cut would allow police numbers to be as high as 31,300. So clearly you did make the cut of £38 million, Mr. Mayor, and clearly in your answer you recognised that there was a cut of £38 million.
Is there a question? Or
the question was, can I refresh your memory, which he said yes.
I'm really happy for...
is your memory refreshed, and do you want to retract your previous answer to the question from Assembly Member Bailey?
Absolutely not. Because I think what the question gives me a chance to do is to remind the Assembly that since 1718 we've had even further cuts, deeper cuts from central government. So in fact we've now reached £833 million worth of cuts from central government. In 2017 it was only £600 million.
Mr. Mayor, stop there. No, this was quite specific. I mean, even I am on this. It's about a specific time, it's about a specific... And we have now got on record evidence because of questions asked. So if you've got no other questions,
thank you,
we'll
Chair.
move on.
Very helpful. Thank
Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Mayor, you are constantly blaming the government. You refer to them as the horrible government. You have here a serious crime emergency in London. Now, let me give you an example, because you love giving examples. If you run a household and your boiler breaks down and you don't have the money there and then, you look at all of your expenditure to see where you can make savings so that you find the money for that emergency. And that is exactly what you should be doing in your budget. The truth is, you don't take responsibility for anything. And as Mayor, you are in charge of the police here, and you should be taking responsibility. So since you don't, I sincerely hope you read our budget amendment, because it shows you where you can make savings, where you can put money into making London safe. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Assembly Member Duval?
So I was waiting for the question.
No, there was
But
no
I'll move
question.
on.
There was no question.
They've given up. They've given up.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, taking responsibility, but in terms of what you inherited as you arrived here, I was quite early listening to the issues of sustainability. The police numbers that you inherited were fixes and fixes and fixes, and that's what we had, and we were still in a period in your first year of dealing with government cuts, of them saying you fund at this level and no more. Staffing budgets isn't frontline policing budgets, and at that time we had no capacity to train because Bernard Oganell were told and reported to the police and crime issue and was heading on a downward trajectory. Is that correct in terms of your assessment as you arrived in and about what you inherited at that time?
It is, Chair. What's clear to me is that, this is me being generous, members of the Conservative group have selective amnesia. And I will make sure that over the next 98 days I remind Londoners of what these lot have forgotten.
Now, also, Mr. Mayor, if I can, is just come on to another question around some of the mixed messages. I'm unclear over there because members of that Conservative group sometimes say, don't put more money into policing. Would you believe it? I've been following a certain member. I'm almost want to do an hashtag group for him after his latest offering this morning of find Sean's trumpet, because it was such a trauma for him in his earlier life. The issue is, Mr. Mayor, can you not afford to invest both in policing, police numbers and public health? It's not an either or. And also, what we aren't hearing today is the question of the impact of some of that infrastructure that was lost from local government and the cuts that have been imposed on that, whether it's youth service, whether it's youth custody issues and everything that goes with it, that's had an impact on tackling some of the violence in our communities that we face today.
Absolutely. If I was responsible for the boiler breaking down, I'm not sure if I'd be the right person to sort the boiler out. And I think what this demonstrates is a complete willful misrepresentation of the last years or understanding of how it's all linked. And Assembly Member Duval is right. You can't make massive cuts in local authority budgets and they're forced to have to close down youth centres or make massive cuts.
We're not interested in really whether Mr Duval is right or wrong. I would like an answer to his question. Now, I'm not clear what the specific question was.
There was a specific question.
There were at least
it was about the
questions.
impact of
Your
local government
commentary is
cuts on
fine.
violent crime.
But I want an answer to a question.
Well, Chair,
not,
to be fair,
no, I don't want Assembly members' views emphasised by you. Londoners want to hear your views. You're there, Mayor. Yeah. Now, we're going to move on because I have no further speakers in that section. So let's move on to London Fire Commissioner. Assembly Member Berry, you have 90, what is it left? 56 seconds. I suggest you put a yes or no question.
Member Russell.
Mr Mayor, you've dedicated all the non-police increase in council tax precept to the London Fire Brigade. The Budget and Performance Committee recommended that the LFB should develop a performance framework that sets standards to meet the HMIC FRS recommendations and take into consideration the recommendations from the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 1. So will you ensure this happens so that we can be sure the investment is working?
Thank you for the question. I've asked the new Commissioner to undertake a transformation programme in relation to what's required to do both with Phase 1 of the inquiry, the HMI report, but also keep an eye on Phase 2 as well. You'll be aware that Phase 2 began this week, and we'll make sure that the Assembly is kept up to date with all those developments.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Under a minute. Okay, let's go to... Let's go to Assembly Member Dismore. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, the Grenfell Tower inquiry and the HMI CFRS investigation both set out areas of urgent and far-reaching reform needed in the London Fire Brigade. And it is important that you ensure the right transformation funding is in place. For example, the HMI report identified training in incident command and emergency blue light driving as key issues to be addressed urgently. FREP will be looking at this in detail tomorrow, but it's clear that the privatised training contract with Babcock, signed off by then LFIPA Chair Brian Coleman just before the 2012 election, is expensive and has many shortcomings. Will you ensure the LFB has the necessary resources to build the required training packages and assurance arrangements, including, if necessary, the renegotiation of the Babcock contract, so as to ensure the public and firefighters are kept safe?
Yeah, Chair, it's an important point. If I'm allowed to agree with the assertion in the question raised by Assembly Member Dismore, you'll be aware that we, unlike previous mayors who cut budgets for the LFB, have invested, and so there is £2.3 million in the budget for training, and we'll keep an eye on any recommendations from the Commissioner to the points raised by Assembly Member Dismore.
Thank you for that. And while there remain hundreds of buildings in London with ACM or other unsafe cladding, and we're not talking not just about tower blocks here, the Fire Brigade faces considerable uncertainty and demand as a result of this. They're having to carry out weekly checks on interim security measures at all buildings where stay put has been suspended, for example with Waking Watch, currently around 250 buildings across the capital. And there's still no national guidance about stay put from the National Fire Chiefs Council, whose expert steering group only met for the first time in December, 2.5 years on after Grenfell, to agree the scope of an evidence review into stay put and evacuation. And Kit Malthouse MP, the Fire Minister, said that the Home Office will only begin the tendering process for the first package of research required next month. The outcomes of that research will inform operational research later in the year, so it's unlikely there will be any official guidance for some time to come. Meanwhile, the Fire Brigade also faces a more demanding operational response given concerns over stay put and simultaneous evacuation. Do you agree this state of affairs is pretty worrying, and will you ensure the Brigade are both resourced to deal with it, and will you put pressure on the government to actually get on with this and produce some clear guidance?
No, we continue to put pressure on the government to get on with it, as you would say. I met with members of the Grenfell Tower community last week, bereaved families, survivors, and they're really distressed, not just in relation to what's happening with the inquiry and their families, but also the fact that there are still buildings across the city and the country that are unsafe. These are building safety failures, which means the original procedures that the fire service had been trained to implement can't now be done because they've got to think about evacuation at the same time as, for example, putting out fires.
One of the problems is with the funds from the government to effect remediation. There are probably about 110, 120 private sector towers in London, and only about half of those have actually approached the fund so far for assistance, and that really does need looking at. What can you do to try and encourage the private sector to get on with remediation?
Well, we're putting pressure on them to get on with the remediation, and then later on deal with the issue of who pays, because it's important that the building is made as safe as soon as possible. I'd make this point, but you mentioned that the Waking Watch. Currently, leaseholders are having to pay for that often, which is a real problem for them. We're saying to the government, step in to help the work be done, and then later on have the discussion about who reimburses who for the remediation work being done. Because in the meantime, you've got buildings that are clearly unsafe, and the temporary measures are more expensive in the long term. So it makes more sense to get this done as soon as possible, and then later on deal with the issue of who pays.
And in relation to social housing, the government obviously made clear they're only going to pay for ACM cladding on tall buildings. Other fire precaution works that need to be done, for example, fire doors, which have been found to be defective quite widely, the cost of that is going to fall on the housing revenue accounts of the various local authorities concerned, which will impact on all tenants and leaseholders across that particular borough. And that will also have, therefore, a knock-on effect on other repairs and refurbishments. Do you think that's fair?
It's not, and can I just share with the Assembly that already some of those housing associations who had committed to start building more affordable homes are getting a bit concerned because they're worried they may have to divert that money for new homes towards doing the remediation work you referred to. That's why it's really important for the government to step in and help sort this out.
And again, the government have still failed to act even on the Lacanal House inquest recommendation about retrofitting of sprinklers. Do you think the government needs to get on with looking at fire suppression systems retrospectively being fitted?
Absolutely. I'd remind the Assembly the Lacanal House fire occurred 10 years ago.
And the last point I'd like to put to you, Mr Mayor, is this morning at Grenfell Inquiry Phase 2, the building contractors asked for immunity from prosecution for anything that they say at the inquiry. Do you think that's fair?
I think, going from the conversations I've had with survivors and bereaved families, they would find it outrageous that anybody who is culpable and liable should escape that, and it's really important that justice happens.
Well, thank you for that, and I think certainly I would share that sentiment that people ought to come clean with what they've been up to and give the survivors and their relatives some comfort that they will actually get to the bottom of the story, no matter how many years it takes.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, we move on to the next section, which is Transport for London. And we have got Assembly Member Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor. This is on spending review. You said, and I quote, I will be lobbying the government for a decent settlement in the spending review, not just to pay for future investment in infrastructure, from Sutton Tram to the Bakerloo Line extension to Crossrail 2 and other major projects that we need, but also to support us in relation to revenue spent as well for Transport for London. In that context, can you outline what investment projects you will be looking for the government to support and what revenue support would you like to have?
Thank you. You can break down the capital ask in relation to the CSR into three broad areas. One is we've got to carry on investing in the infrastructure we already have. It's used, quite intensively by north of 11 million people every day in relation to journeys taken. So we need support to keep that going. Secondly, we need support in relation to our road network. You'll be aware that actually, although Londoners pay vehicle excise duty, it goes out of London. It doesn't come back to London. We've been subsidising roads maintenance using public transport fares. That can't be right. So we need support in relation to our roads, really important, the maintenance of critical road infrastructure. And the third thing is what you alluded to, which is new infrastructure going forward, whether that's Crossrail 2, whether that's the signalling around the Piccadilly line, or whether that's the southern extension to the Bakerloo line as well. So we need to carry on getting that support as well. Our city's population is growing. If you see the growth in our population in the last 20 years, it's going to go up even more over the next 10 years as well. Nothing wrong per se with growth. We've got to plan for that growth as well. But also investing in transport infrastructure can lead to us building the homes we need, but also create the jobs we need as well.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I agree that the need for investment. Sticking to a spending review, the Chancellor is drawing up new spending rules for his budget in March. And from that, it seems that he's going to refocus investment away from Southeast London and towards other parts of the UK. Mr. Mayor, what effect do you think it will have in terms of moving investment away from London to the infrastructure and transport of capital?
Firstly, I should say I'm not against increased investment in other parts of the country. I think other parts of the country clearly need more investment, particularly in infrastructure as well. But it shouldn't be at the expense of London. I think it's possible, and there's clearly money there from some of the election pledges made to invest both in London, the South East, but also other parts of the country as well. It's not a zero-sum game. If you look at the reports done by the National Infrastructure Commission, the National Infrastructure Commission recognised that investing in infrastructure in London benefits the nation and is a national investment. So we've got to persuade the government that they should invest in London as well. But it's really important. It shouldn't be at the expense of other parts of the country, and nor should other parts of the country be at the expense of London.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I agree. Like you said, London is facing and undergoing and will undergo for many years to come major scale of development, which is what we need for housing, economic growth, etc., etc. And for that, we need investment so that transport is fit for purpose. Moving on to the last point. When Mr. Johnson became mayor, he led a bonfire of transport projects, cancelling the Thames Gateway Bridge, the Docklands Light Railway extension to Dagenham Docks, and Cross River Tram. Instead, he put money into his vanity projects, such as the new route master for London. Should the Londoners be extremely concerned and alarmed that he will launch a new bonfire of projects in London?
I hope not. I had a very good meeting yesterday with the Minister for London. I'm looking forward to seeing the Chancellor soon. I'd be more alarmed if I lived in Sheffield and Manchester about an empty cable car being built from one to the other, or a garden bridge in Leeds. But I think it's important for us to persuade the government that actually they shouldn't be cancelling projects in London, they should be starting new ones.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, as we come to the end of your term, can we look at what you did say in your manifesto? Under transport, you said TfL will explore, and I'm reading from it, will explore the generation of new income streams. Could you tell me, Mr. Mayor, in the last 4 years that you've been mayor, what new income generation streams has TfL done?
Well, I can give you some examples straight away. In relation to the housing we're doing in London, we're making sure we don't simply sell off the freehold land TfL has. We're keeping the freehold and building record numbers of genuinely affordable homes in London. So the target is for 11,000 starts, I think, by 2021, half of them being affordable. That'll be an income stream coming into TfL, which is really important to build upon. Sure. Another income stream is the night tube and night overground. Really important that we've got those going. It's bringing in huge benefits to not just TfL, but to the London economy. We'll carry on with the commercial deals we've got. Often the commercial wing of TfL is speaking to colleagues around the world to see how we can be assisting them with the technology we've got with pay-as-you-go, the contactless, but also other technologies as well. We've got an innovation team within TfL who work with, for example, we've got in London the piloting of some of the driverless cars in Greenwich. We're doing some work there which provides opportunities going forward, particularly to the disruptive technology sectors.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just ask you to constrain yourself to what income streams we actually have, not not the pie in the sky stuff.
They're all income streams.
I accept the night tube is what we have.
Yeah.
But what do we have?
Yeah.
You're talking about stuff that's in the future. I'm talking about.
I know, but
it's quite clear the generation of new income. Can I help you?
Well, actually,
can I help you, Mr. Mayor? Because you did in your manifesto refer to the land, and that is something that we'll see in the future. But what you said is that you'll be establishing a trading arm that can run bus and other local transport services and sell its expertise at home and abroad. Can I ask you, Mr. Mayor, where is that trading arm, and how many bus services and local transport services that you promised in your manifesto is TfL actually running at the moment, Mr. Mayor?
Chair, I can read out, very handily been given by the Chief of Staff, the Commercial Consultant and International Operations pages in...
I think I was
I think it's important I set the record straight, don't you think, Chair? I've been asked a question about revenues. I think it's right and proper that I should explain. And what the Commercial Consultant and International Operations team are doing at TfL is leveraging our globally recognised expertise and establishing ourselves as a leading consultancy in transport solutions, delivering a profitable revenue stream and self-financing growth, and thereby maximising the benefit of our organisation and London. And we're entering the market. with like-minded partners, and across the 3 work streams of advisory services, intellectual property and operated and maintenance services, the forecast is will provide development opportunities for our talented people and generate tens of millions of pounds of net revenue during the business plan.
Yeah, I did ask you, Mr Mayor, to constrain yourself
45
to
million pounds.
The money we're actually getting. I did ask you earlier to constrain yourself to the actual money that we're getting. And I did also specifically ask you, Mr Mayor, about what bus routes are we currently, what bus routes are TfL currently running as per your manifesto, and what other local transport services are TfL currently running?
Let's get this right.
The clue is in the word current.
When a question is asked, when a question is asked about an area and I answer, the question then moves on to a different area because he doesn't like good news. The only people talking down London and wishing us ill are Tories because it suits them politically. And so I was asked a question about revenue streams. I was answering the question, and because it was a good answer, I'm interrupted and stopped.
I accept it.
And asked to move on to a different area.
I'm asking you to
I'm glad
stick
you
to
accept
current.
it. I'm glad you accept good news.
I accepted the night tube.
It's good to see.
But what bus companies are you running? What bus
Well,
companies? What routes are very? I'll keep it very clear. And
let me deal with this. Let me do this. Let me do this.
You like to think. Very simple question. Which bus routes are TfL currently running as per your mayoral promise in your manifesto? Which bus routes are TfL running directly under their trading arm?
So, I'm glad you welcome the good news in relation to revenues brought in since I've become mayor. Sorry?
Of course.
Of course you welcome. Fantastic. That's on the record. In relation to bus services, we provide, roughly speaking, 700 bus services, bus numbers across London with the various companies we work with. The good news is, since I've become mayor, we've introduced increased services in outer London.
No, Mr Mayor, you're not answering the question. The question is very simple, because I've learned by experience that you're a very clever man, so I have to keep the questions very simple. And very simple question, what bus companies are TfL directly running, which bus service are TfL, you can give me the bus numbers, are directly running through their trading arm, because the promise was establishing a trading arm that can run bus and other local transport services. So which bus service is TfL currently running, Mr Mayor? Your Chief of Staff can give you the answer, actually.
I think he was just saying that you calling me a clever man wasn't an indictment on your candidate.
There are no candidates.
Madam Chair. Childish.
Mr Mayor, when we, I'm just going to ask you to park that to the side. There are no candidates in this room at the moment. You are the mayor and you're here to get questions on your budget. Now, I can understand the question. I even know the answer.
Yes,
we all know the
answer.
and I haven't sat on Transport Committee for donkey's years. TfL do not run any bus services. Yeah. Can we just have an answer?
So,
well, I think
that was the question. Do TfL run any bus service directly?
From the
you're saying overseas? So
no,
that we're
it's
clear,
question.
keep it a simple
Sorry,
question.
Chief of Staff, no. It's the question stands to the mayor. And as I say, everybody knows the answer.
Well, I think, Chair, the question was in relation to overseas, and the Chief
No,
of Staff...
no, he's gone on. He's moved on.
Has he?
Yes, he's moved on. I've moved him on. Okay. I've moved him on. And there's just a short question. Do TfL directly run any bus services in London? Bus routes? Bus routes? No, I just answer.
Well, the last time I checked, Dial-A-Ride was TfL service.
Oh. Uh-huh.
What was that he said? What was he saying?
Dial-A-Ride.
Dial-A-Ride.
You've got your answer.
Sorry, Chair. Did you say
something in 4 years? You heard
that
the Assembly
is not
member's
run
question.
by the trading arm, Mr Mayor. So good, very clever. Good try. It's not run by the trading arm.
Chair, can I explain? The trading arm is for services provided overseas. You don't need a trading arm for services provided in London.
Okay, That's it. And
Can I actually?
Another
I'll
question?
just finish. Actually, I'll just finish.
Susan, help him out. He's just floundering.
No,
It's
no,
embarrassing.
it's you that
I'll just finish.
No, please.
And
We're nearing the end, and so
I'll just
far
finish
it's
on
been
this.
good.
I'll just finish on this. Mr. Mayor, do you think
I'll ask Sean, but he's useless as well.
Do you think it is really helpful when you use childish playground language like you have done in relation to a possible other candidate in the room? And more importantly, Mr. Mayor, when you say you need so much from the government, and you do, and the government do work with you. You had a very good meeting, I believe, yesterday with the Minister for London, and that you go around then referring to the horrible government. Do you think this childish playground language really helps London, really helps you to get the money that you need from this government, Mr. Mayor? Bearing in mind also that they've stumped up all the extra cash needed for Crossrail.
So I'm gathering, Chair, some of the members moved on from the commercial activities
to language,
to trading arm.
Which just doesn't fall into this section.
Well, quite.
So I'm going to. We're not here about language. Do you have a question about TfL?
That's
or
fine.
have you finished? Okay,
that's
thank you. Assembly Member Devonish, we're on Transport for London.
Mr. Mayor, during your meeting with the Minister of London yesterday, did you discuss Hammersmith Bridge, please?
No, we didn't.
You didn't? Do you think that it will be advisable for you to raise this with the Minister, because clearly neither the Labour Council in Hammersmith and Fulham nor TfL have to date solved the issue? We've had 9 months of misery for residents both sides of the bridge. We've got a clean air catastrophe both sides of the bridge. We'd like to accelerate progress, please. So could you please raise it with the government if you need their help?
Well, Chair, can I just reassure residents of that part of London, but others affected by the closure of Hammersmith Bridge, that the Deputy Mayor is in constant contact with both the councils but also central government. We're aware of the huge inconvenience and caused to local residents, and I'm really pleased that Senator Devonish raised it. It's not criticism of the meeting with yesterday was on strategic issues in relation to going forward and stuff, and so it's not criticism of the meeting with him. I can reassure you that it's something that we're dealing with, and we hope to make an announcement shortly in this area in relation to progress made, but it's I understand the huge inconvenience caused with the bridge being closed.
Thank you. Will that announcement include a survey of the air quality on both sides of the bridge, please?
I'm happy to look into that, yeah. Will you be the impact of the closure on air quality?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Dismore.
Chair. Can I bring to your attention, Mr. Mayor, 2 projects that my constituents have been campaigning on for over 20 years. The first is a pedestrian and cycle crossing at Stirling Corner. And those who are here during Boris Johnson's era will know that he repeatedly reneged on his promise to cycle round it to prove that it was safe when it wasn't. Can I therefore thank you for actually acting on that, and that the pedestrian cycling crossing will shortly be in place? And the other project that local people have campaigned on for well over 20 years is step-free access at Mill Hill East Tube. And again, can I thank you for delivering on that, because that will again be operational very soon.
Thank you very much. And can I thank you for your campaign on both those issues, and the legacy you'll leave is those important changes to your part of London, which will make a huge difference for many, many years to come.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's. Do members have any questions on the London Legacy Development Corporation? You do, Mr. Bond?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, when will it wash its face?
I think not for the foreseeable future will we not be subsidising the LLDC. You'll be aware from previous conversations we've had, we're hoping in the next few years to give the councils back control over the various parts of areas in their own boroughs and stuff. We still look to opportunities to increase revenue streams, but at the moment, for the foreseeable future, there will be a subsidy from City Hall.
It's not quite the promise that we were promised when we were given the Olympics and set it up. We were told that it was going to pay for itself in no time at all. By 2016, it would no longer cost us any money.
There are 2 issues.
It's been a white elephant, really, isn't it?
There are 2 issues here. There is the cost that you see in the budget of LLDC, both in terms of the maintenance of the park and the facilities therein, and obviously the capital investment in the regeneration and growth in the area, for example, East Bank. The other aspect is as the area regenerates and more buildings are created, that leads to significant increases in council tax and business rates. And so what you'll see, while there will be inevitably ongoing costs associated with the Olympic Park, actually, if you're going to look at the LDC in a profit and loss sense, you can't just look at it in terms of its budget and its own accounts. You have to look at the successful outcome of the regeneration and the economic growth in terms of all the extra businesses at places like here East, the universities, their impact, and the money from business rates and council tax, which will flow back to the mayor.
Brought nothing novel to the table, but thank you anyway for your answer.
Okay, that's the LLDC. Let's then go on to the last area, Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation. Assembly Member Hall, you have a question?
Thank you. Mr Mayor, you said at Budget and Performance on the 7th of January that you had confidence in the Chair and CEO of OPDC. Do you stand by that comment?
The interim CEO, yeah.
Okay, now that the OPDC has published the details of its HIF bid, which suggests that they claimed car giants supported them well beyond the point at which their support was withdrawn, do you think that it's acceptable that such a bid was ever submitted?
Well, I'm not sure I agree with the summary of the HIF. But what I'm clear about is because of the circumstances changing, particularly with the increase in value of the industrial land, because of the car giant not being keen on the development and the cost that have been of the CPO, the right decision was taken to withdraw from pursuing that and to begin discussions with the government about what assistance they can give in relation to alternatives to the previous plan.
Well, you are not aware then of the details of the OPDC's HIF bid?
I was, and there's a timeline that sets out the beginning of the conversation, negotiations, previous agreements, and willingness from car giants not being there later on, but also car giants now is a thriving business, has been for some time, and their unwillingness doesn't make sense for OPDC to pursue a CPO, bearing in mind the massive increase in value of industrial land.
So what discussions have you had with the OPDC since the bid was withdrawn?
One of the things that's causing a problem is the government's review of HS2. You'll be aware that if HS2 happens and Old Oak Common Station is built, it'll probably be the biggest new surface station in the country in decades. That's a huge opportunity. If the government decides not to pursue HS2, that's a different consequence for OPDC. So OPDC are currently talking to those landowners, whether it's HS2, whether it's Network Rail, whether it's those in Park Royal, to go forward and are working on a plan on both bases.
Are you not upset that the HIF bid, they've had to walk away from £250 million of seed funding?
Well, I'd have been criticised, rightly so, had we pursued a course of actions that was very, very expensive and not sensible simply so we could cash the cheque written by government. I'd rather say to the government, listen, the strings attached to this cheque aren't worth the price that we're chasing down. Let's go to plan B and let's work at other ways that you could help us pursue the development of Old Oak Common. It's a 30-year project, but we shouldn't be spending huge sums of money in a project that could be done a lot cheaper.
So were any of your staff aware of the bid that they put in with all the attachments to that bid? Did anybody check from your office that it was all sound when the bid went in?
I think we're confusing the bid, the HIF money, with the interim report in relation to the draft London plan. And what happened was, the plan was that there was a review undertaken when I first became mayor. The team at OPDC worked extremely hard to persuade the government to give us support financially through HIF. That took a number of years.
It's the
at
bid.
the same time,
it's the bid, and I just am interested what your thoughts are that there was a complete change and it was announced on the 13th of December, the day after the general election.
Assembly Member Hall, you're out of time.
Perhaps you'll write to me about when you knew about this.
Assembly Member Shaw.
Mr. Mayor, leaving aside the complex issue about car giant site, can you confirm that there is the capacity overall in terms of OPDC to be able to deliver the very vision which is set out to deliver 25,500 homes, as well as about 65,000 jobs on this very critical Europe's biggest regeneration site.
Yeah. Yes, but don't forget, OPDC will need to flex up and flex down over the next 20, 30 years. So, for example, at this stage, the size of OPDC and its budget is quite small. If HS2 does happen, as we hope, Old Oak Common does happen, the government does give us support that it will need to scale up and flex OPDC to become much bigger. And so, over the course of time...
No, I appreciate that over the course of the time things can and will happen. But the point is, in terms of capacity, we've been told that from the other land packages available, there is still scope to develop the scale of development that has been envisaged.
Absolutely. And so what our focus in the short term is working with Park Royal, working on schemes in and around Willesden Junction, which is already there. I think 5,000 homes have been granted permission and are going full steam ahead. So we shouldn't think that simply because of the car giant land issue, but also because of the delay in HS2, that doesn't mean this won't happen. And there isn't huge optimism and potential. There is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Your advisors, thank you. Members, I'm going to adjourn the meeting until 1:30, and I think you'll find it worthwhile going to room 1.2 West. So see you all at 1:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you did very well.
GLA Chamber Sound. GLA
Okay, can I call members to order? We're at agenda item 4, which is consideration by the London Assembly of the Mayor's London Draft Consolidated Budget Proposals. And we're now going to take part B of 4, which is the formal budget amendments. Okay, so let me just read out the substantive motion on the agenda is to approve the draft consolidated budget for 2020-21, together with the draft component budget comprised within it, with or without amendment. In accordance with Standing Orders 6.12b, this shall be considered without being proposed or seconded by a member. Budget amendments at this stage can be passed by a simple majority of votes cast. Any budget amendment must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the GLA Act. Otherwise, the statement is a budget-related motion. The Mayor is under a duty to respond to any amendments passed when he presents his final budget at the 24th February 2020 Mayor's Question Time meeting. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motion that I've just read out and amendment to that motion and any other budget-related motions tabled at that point, if there are any. I have 2 budget amendments, one in the name of Assembly Member Hall, one in the name of Assembly Member Russell. I'm advised that in accordance with Standing Order 6.12e, Assembly Member Hall will move her amendment first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm delighted to stand here today to formally propose this amendment to the Mayor's budget on behalf of the Conservative Group, because this is an amendment that London desperately needs. All of us in this chamber are enormously proud to represent London and Londoners. We have all chosen to make London our home. We've worked here, we've raised children here, and we've made a life here. But however varied and diverse London is in its people, its cultures and its needs, there is one basic common link between us. And that is that we all want to feel safe in our homes and in our neighbourhoods. But for far too many Londoners, that does not reflect reality. And this is because London is in the grip of a violent crime emergency. In only a few short years, violent crime in London has spiralled out of control. From 2016 levels, knife crime is up 39%. Robbery is up 73%. And we have the highest murder rate for over a decade. The Mayor's response to the violent crime emergency has been mixed at best. I'd like to say it's been one of good intentions because, yes, he has funded extra police and he has added to various pots to tackle the underlying causes of crime, from the Crime Prevention Fund to the Young Londoners Fund. And yet every single thing that the Mayor has done has been through gritted teeth. He says he doesn't really have enough money, he needs more powers to do this and that, the government is always to blame, etc., etc. We've all heard it before. Even when the government gives him over 1,300 more police officers, as they have this year, he finds room to complain about it. The Mayor has a budget of over £18 billion at his disposal. For the first time ever this year, he will collect in over £1 billion in council tax. He has the resources to tackle the violent crime emergency, but what he won't do is make the right choices. So we have made those choices for him. And in our amendment, we have found over £100 million worth of savings and sources of lost revenue from the GLA family budgets, which we propose are diverted to a new violent crime emergency fund. What the Mayor, or his successor, does with it is ultimately a matter for him or her. Perhaps it could deliver more police officers. The fund could pay for over 1,500 police officers. What about crime prevention initiatives? The fund is actually 20 times larger than the Mayor's core funding for his violence reduction unit. Ultimately, that will be a call for the Mayor, for MOPAC, and indeed for the police. But with this amendment, what we're saying to the Mayor is no more excuses. Just fix this because lives depend on it. Some of the choices we've made have been easy. Does London actually, with being one of the greatest cities in the world, really need a mayor that's spending £13 million on a public affairs agency to promote it, and indeed to promote himself? No, of course it doesn't. Is it right that Transport for London, which operates with a deficit of hundreds of millions of pounds and is bailed out by taxpayers every year, continues to subsidise over 50,000 friends and family members of its own staff to travel free? That costs over 40 million a year in lost revenue. Of course that's not right. We've also looked closely at TfL's generous facility time allowance and the performance-related pay of its higher employees. Other choices have been more nuanced. A vibrant cultural scene is important for any city, but London has the National Gallery, the Royal Opera House and the Tate. It has theatres in backrooms of pubs and music performed on just about every street corner. It does not need the Mayor's bicycle ballet or the Mayor's interactive We're All Bats workshop. So we've looked at where we can make savings to internal budgets, such as culture and external affairs. And other choices have been harder, proposing, as we have, a reduction in City Hall staff. Though the Mayor has assumed some additional responsibilities since he was elected, these do not warrant a near doubling of the staff bill. The simple truth is the Mayor has stuffed City Hall with staff to make up for lost time and to serve as the myriad of strategies he's come up with in place of real, decisive action. This sort of expenditure would be questionable at the best of times. But London is not experiencing the best of times. Far from it. Now, some of you will hear what I'm saying and read our amendment and take issue with some of the choices we've made. That's fine. That is how politics works. It helps foster debate and discussion. But there's one thing. There is not a single savings proposal that we've put forward where retaining the status quo is more important than saving lives. If you think protecting nominee passes is more important than keeping us safe on the streets, then that's fine. But you have to justify that. If you think spending on external affairs and cultural flipperies is worth it, when knife crime goes through the roof, well, that's fine too. But you don't get to say that the Mayor and the Assembly have done all they can to keep London safe. This amendment is about putting what is necessary over the nice to have, the difficult over the convenient, and action over inaction. Like many of you, I've lived in London my whole life. It is a fantastic city, but it is a city that is facing enormous challenges. The Violent Crime Emergency Fund is our opportunity to tackle the greatest of those challenges head on, to put an end to the fear and the worry of families across London that one day loved ones won't walk back through their front door. The time for talking is over. It's time to make London safe. With that, Madam Chairman, I move the Conservative Group amendment.
The seconder, Assembly Member Boff. Formally second. Okay, thank you. Right, the second amendment is in the name of Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm proud to be moving the Green Amendment to the Mayor's draft budget today. Our amendment this year involves more money than in the past and moves £105 million towards good things. It is very much focused on the big picture, and there is nothing bigger or more pressing than the climate emergency. With temperatures rising across the world, extreme weather events will become more common and threaten our city and our citizens. London is vulnerable, and Londoners are already suffering, our older people from heat waves, our children from toxic air. As a global city, London must lead the way when it comes to climate change. We need to be a green city. Back in December of 2018, we were one of the first cities to formally declare a climate emergency. This Assembly passed my motion, and soon after, the Mayor agreed with us and declared a climate emergency too. But there is so much more to be done, and our city knows it. In the last 12 months, we've seen 2 sets of major protests by Extinction Rebellion, and in September, the largest countrywide climate protest the UK has ever seen, led by the Youth Strike for Climate. People of all ages and from all walks of life are clearly saying a motion on the climate emergency is not enough. They want change now, and they will not stop demanding change until proper action is taken. They have so many excellent suggestions, and in putting together this amendment, we have listened to and worked with Londoners. Now, we have a long history of developing good green ideas for London in this way, and because of the evidence we provide and the wide support for our ideas, the current Mayor has a record of taking them up. My colleague Sian Berry will second the amendment and will speak to our proposals for helping London's renters, for making it more affordable to enjoy a day out in London on our public transport network, and for ensuring young people thrive. I will now speak to our proposals that support transforming our homes to become energy efficient, help children in polluted schools, and look out for anyone who might need a toilet when out and about, which, let's face it, is every single one of us. To become carbon neutral, we must improve our homes. We estimate that in order to get our homes to a decent efficiency standard, it would cost tens of billions of pounds. And yet the Mayor has only allocated £2,375,000 to his Warmer Homes programme. Our amendment increases this more than 10 times. If we can find the money in the budget, so can the Mayor. Some of our most vulnerable citizens are at risk from the cold, inefficient and unhealthy homes they are forced to live in, and we should be doing everything we can to help them. The future of our planet and those in fuel poverty need this. Now, last year I stood exactly here to talk about how many schools still needed air pollution audits. Last year there were still 450 schools that hadn't had an audit, but the Mayor had only funded 50 of them. He's recently announced additional audits, but that still only covers half the schools that need one. We want to fully fund air pollution audits for every school in areas with illegal levels of air pollution. But the schools don't just need audits, they need the flexibility to implement good green changes. And our amendment also provides the additional funding for exactly that. And it's not just air pollution that people care about. They also care about access to a toilet. There are many people who plan their journeys around toilets, particularly older Londoners, people with a disability or those with children. When you travel by train, you expect to have a toilet available. Network Rail have responded to this need, and last year they made all their toilets free. In contrast, there are very few public toilets at TfL stations and the Underground, and those that are available you often have to pay for. This is an absolute disgrace. The fact that TfL does not consider the provision of as many toilets as possible as part of its public purpose and basic service is just wrong. Londoners, visitors, and people who drive our buses and tube trains shouldn't have their lives limited by lack of access to loos. London is a major global city with grand ambitions, but also huge responsibilities. We should be a beacon. As always, Sian and I have combed through the budget to find any unallocated funds that could be used to help Londoners. We found a large chunk of unallocated money in the Strategic Investment Fund. We mustn't leave any of Londoners' money sitting on a shelf when it could be used for genuine improvements, especially when there are so many things that can make life greener and more comfortable for people. This is what our amendment does, and we've looked for ways to help Londoners now within the limits of the budget that's presented to us. Our current mayor has not done enough, and when so much is at stake, we're happy to step in and lead the way, placing the climate emergency and improvements for Londoners at the very heart of every aspect of our amendment. I move the amendment.
Thank you. Assemblymember Berry, to second.
Yes, I'd like to second now, if that's okay as well.
Thanks for speak.
Thank you, Chair. I wholeheartedly second the City Hall Greens amendment. We love listening to new ideas, and we work hard to give a voice to good ideas that struggle to be heard and to people who have been ignored by the system and neglected by the national government or by local authorities. They need good leadership from City Hall. As my colleague Caroline mentioned, our proposals have regularly been taken up by the current mayor, and we do welcome it when this happens. But often there is a long delay between us suggesting something and the mayor implementing it. Londoners shouldn't have to wait for the mayor to act upon our good ideas. A true leader would take up ideas at the right time, not make us wait. This amendment pledges to put money behind groups that organise to support the more than 2 million private renters like me in London. Good organisations already exist to support us. The London Renters Union, the London Tenants Federation, Generation Rent and Acorn, to name just a few. They campaign for better conditions and laws and make sure tenants know and can enforce their rights. Every renter should have the right to have a home of a decent standard, to be protected from unfair evictions and to not be faced with unaffordable rents. One of these rights is already law. The second is on its way, we hope soon, and the third is something I will never stop pushing for. In the face of huge problems in the private rented sector and with changing rules and legislation, we should be supporting independent grassroots organisations now to increase their capacity and develop their services. We therefore propose £1.5 million in grants this year to expand the good work these organisations are already doing. We have also focused on the rising and unfair costs of our public transport system. Currently, the heavily advertised £1.50 weekend off-peak fare only applies to zones 2 to 6, but many of the things Londoners want to see and do are in zone 1. With the money we found in this year's budget, we will therefore extend the £1.50 off-peak fare to all zones, including zone 1, for one Sunday a month for a whole year in what we're calling Sundays Out. With this, with TfL services, you can go from anywhere to anywhere and see something new in London for a flat fare. People in Zone 1 can go to Epping Forest, and people in Epping Forest can go to the Natural History Museum, all for the same price. These plans, which we would like to see matched with more car-free days in the boroughs, will boost our cultural institutions as well as local economies, small businesses and high streets, and is a proposal that will make it just a bit more affordable for a family day out and for young people to explore our city. And speaking of young people, our amendment also focuses again on supporting young Londoners. We first proposed boosting funding for youth services in 2017 when we realised the GLA was not using every power available within council tax to find help. If our 2017 amendment had been voted for, there would by now be an additional £18 million in the base budget that could have gone into youth work. The current mayor eventually listened to us and created the Young Londoners Fund, but this was great, but it is set to end in 2021 with the projects that it funds set to end by 2023. A true leader would not leave our young people in limbo and youth workers guessing about whether and where they will find future funding, especially not when that leader has substantial amounts of money down the back of the sofa. Our amendment therefore extends the Young Londoners Fund with additional funding for its remaining year for projects extending up past 2023 to 2024. We've put in £23.7 million via the draft budget available today, and we hope the Mayor will provide this and much more when the final business rate totals are known. Colleagues, this amendment has outlined constructive and practical ideas for what London needs. Year after year we do this. We comb through the budget to find any money that hasn't been put to use, and we have found plenty this year that should have been working for Londoners. Now, at this point in the day, we usually get told in various ways, some polite, some not polite, that our amendment is no good. But it is so good this year, and we dare you to argue against free toilets, flat fares on Sundays, cleaner air for schools, warm homes, renters support and more youth services. We instead encourage this whole Assembly to enthusiastically vote for our amendment.
Thank you. Let's then move to the debate. Do I see anyone who wishes to speak? Assembly Member Deval.
Thank you very much. With all due respect to the Greens, I won't be concentrating too much of my contribution today about some of their ideas. Some are very interesting, and like always, whilst you may not get power, you do influence others. And look, even Sean Bailey was clapping you earlier on. So no doubt that will be very interesting to see that conversation with his colleagues around green policies and green actions in his thinking. So let's just talk to the main amendment in terms of Assembly Member Hall proposed. Of course, it is about choices. It is about choices. And in some ways, I think your amendments say what choices Conservatives will make over other issues. I will not belittle your concern over tackling violence and crime. I don't think anyone has the monopoly on that issue, and I think we all share the desire to do it. I only pose this question, that if it was that simple to do, and if your proposals would really work, do you not think we would do it? I think we would. It's much more complex, it's much more difficult in terms to deal with, and thereby buys the line of concentrating on that single action of what you're trying to do and remedy. You are going to create some other problems. So let's deal with an old chestnut from the Tories. You're continuing tack and undermining the cultural economy and creative industries. You're just not with it. It's one of the second largest economic sectors in this town after the financial sector. There's 1 in 6 jobs on the back of it. It puts about 52 billion or 54 billion or something like that into the economy that then generates tax bucks that we spend on providing services. So you want to undermine that. That's some choice, it seems to me. Every pound spent on culture brings £6. Evidence-based research, independent-based research, brings it back into the economy. So no, I don't want to play choices over one or another. I want to deal with both issues. And we should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We don't spit it out because we're a bit more civilised in terms of how we go about our business. And of course, your amendments say assorted cuts and all the rest of it. I used to joke to my members of my group, one thing's for certain, Tory budgets would unravel in days. I want to commend Assembly Member Hall and her leadership in the coming weeks. This will take a couple of weeks for it to unravel. Because when we start to look closely at some of your issues, some are very clear-cut, some lack some detail. And what you're suggesting, again, is a little bit more of where you were saying last time, cut everything else to put on this issue of tackling crime. I give you a couple of things in the sense that you're not going down the route of saying you can have a police freeze and have all your cake and we can still do it. I'm grateful that you recognise our arguments, other arguments, that isn't the way forward in terms of police spending. I think your partial freeze issue, if I can read it rightly, in terms of the core GLA precept, not the core GLA, but if you understand the other non-policing precept, actually does jeopardise some of the funding we need to get into the fire service. I recognise that you're saying you'll make further cuts around to do that, and we don't need to worry about it. Len, pat me on the head, send me away, bit of a working class boy, I don't mind. You don't need to worry about that because it's going to be all right with us because I'm going to make these other cuts. Well, I am concerned about the other cuts that you're going to make because, like I said, I want to provide an wide-ranging issues that meet not just about the choices, the political choices that need to be made, but meets Londoners' needs. And the things that you don't mention in the budget, you don't mention we've still got to make some Tory cuts in policing, we've still got some cuts in year. I'd be nice to have you said we shouldn't be making those, and the government's got it wrong. We shouldn't be doing that. Stop it. And go back to your colleagues and tell them that. It'd be nice if you said, actually, you're not being fair to Londoners over your settlement on police numbers. We are the real consequences of austerity on the policing cuts that have been made since 2010 is that we now know, it's a bit of a postcode lottery depending on what crime exists in your area and how you're dealt with. That's been the consequence of lack of police officers in various bits of the Met, and we're trying to pick ourselves up and work towards it and deal with those issues. I also do welcome, I think, I'm not sure if you're all your group members, but I'm quite interested in following what one of your members said, because I have an interest in events in about whatever it is, 99 days or 98 days, I can't remember which, around that, of understanding that police enforcement alone, albeit I am pro-police officers, people know me around this table, enforcement alone is not the answer. You have to think across the other actions that make the difference and change and tackle the violence that we all want to change around this table. So, colleagues, it will not come as no surprise. We won't be supporting the Conservative Amendment. We won't be supporting the Green Amendment. We'll be interested to listen to any other motions that come forward. And there will be an opportunity in the future, Chair, of where there may well be some agreements around some of these budget issues, of both where we may be saying, as the consequences, just a little political point for my colleagues and other colleagues, on Brexit as the year goes on police numbers as the months go on, and on some other issues that I think have been highlighted, not just in the questioning this morning, but in this debate. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Oh, sorry, of course there are. Assembly Member Curtin.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we have two amendments before us, and I will deal with the Green Amendment first. Now, it probably won't be of any surprise to you here that I'm not going to support the Green motion.
Sure.
But I do see in this actually something new, and I think is actually something good, and maybe one of the best things I've heard from the Green Group in my 4 years here is their new policy on toilets and on funding toilets in the underground and making them free. And I think we'd all agree with that, because we all need to use them at some point. So they do make a lot of sense there. But the thing which I think is most egregious about this is that the first point, which is on funding warmer homes, I mean, that sounds good, but the money that they suggest would only be able to be used for 500 homes, which is a tiny amount compared to the number of homes in London, and probably wouldn't do much at all in terms of energy efficiency. But it is a Trojan horse for what they call the Green New Deal. Now, the Green New Deal is a Marxist-Leninist nightmare, which would bring a planned economy to London and the United Kingdom. And that's certainly nothing that I think that anybody who loves freedom and who appreciates the freedom and the prosperity that the free market capitalism brings to this country would ever support. So for that reason and that reason alone, I certainly can't support the Green Amendment. Now, let me take the Conservative group's budget amendments. Now, there are lots and lots of very, very good things in here, and I do wholeheartedly support the general thrust of the agreement, of the amendment, which is to cut the waste and the fat off of Sadiq Khan's budget and use the money to support extra policing. The difference between the Conservative group and myself, however, is I would go further. And I would have even more cuts to what the mayor's doing and have more money for the police. The Conservatives suggest 1,500 extra police, given the specific cuts that they've mentioned, which are things that the mayor's spending that we don't need. But I would also
Look at the Mayor's £168 million a year budget for building and constructing cycle superhighways. Now, we could cut £100 million off of that, leaving £68 million for him to build some cycle lanes for the Lycra lobby, which he wants to appease, and we would have £100 million for an extra 1,500 police. So if I were to introduce a budget amendment, I would not just go as far as the Conservative group, I would double what they have done and give money for 3,000 extra police, which we need to keep London's streets safe. However, that being said, there are a couple of things which this amendment suggests cutting, which I think really are things that shouldn't be cut. And from sitting on the Transport Committee, year after year, the Conservative budget amendment suggests cutting the funding to Travel Watch from £1 million down to £100,000. Now, from sitting on the Transport Committee, I do know that that is a statutory obligation of the Assembly to fund and to provide. And I don't think that that's something that I can support cutting funding for. As inflation has increased, I actually think the small budget that Travel Watch gets should be increased, actually, from 1 million to 1.2 million. So, sadly, I can't fully support this amendment, but there's a lot of very, very good things in here, and the sentiments are very good. It's going very much in the right direction. So I would abstain on this motion, and hopefully you can take some of my comments into account and make your amendment even better for when we do the final debate. Thank you.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much. Always interesting to hear Assemblymember Curtin's views, and I think he was, as a teacher, scoring the Conservative group. But you are a group yourself, David, so you could bring to the final meeting your own budget amendment, and we look forward to seeing what you say in that. I'm going to start with the Conservative one today, and I have to say I started to read it in the first couple of paragraphs. I thought, there's nothing I disagree with here. Alarm bells ringing, setting the context of where we are in London, creaking crowded transport system, lack of suitable housing, pressure with an ever-growing population, and the issues of violent crime in London. I don't think probably any of us in this chamber would agree with it. And I do agree that we absolutely need more money for police and for prevention programmes in the capital. But that's not just for City Hall to provide for. That's for councils, the NHS and government to support. And quite frankly, the Conservative government has starved public services over recent years, and particularly the police, and we're starting to see that hopefully change now, but it's rather late in the day for them to realise that. I want to go into some of the specifics, though, in this motion that I really don't agree with. Cutting London and Partners, yes, it's a very easy organisation for us to attack. A number of us have concerns about their transparency and so on. But I think to say that this is the arm that promotes the Mayor of London shows a lack of understanding of the breadth of the work that they carry out. Though I think it would be interesting when we eventually get our hands on our investigation into the former Mayor and his dealings with London and Partners and Jennifer Okuri, then maybe we find out in the past it was about promoting the Mayor of London, but it really isn't. And given Brexit is happening, much to many of us a horrific thing to be happening, but it is happening, we actually need London and Partners more than ever to make sure the investment comes into London, particularly looking at the tech sector and all these other important areas. So I don't think you can just cut all funding there. And looking at London Travel Watch, I have to say, and given Assembly Member Prince, part of your group, was chair of the Transport Committee, he knows and his group how we have changed and moved that organisation forward. To say it's superfluous to the GLA, I think it's really insulting to the staff who work there and the new director who we've just appointed and the new arrangement we've got in place with Transport Focus to try to make additional savings. I think it's really short-sighted and shows, again, a lack of understanding of their legal role in terms of working with passengers, making representations to the train companies and so on for them, and supporting the work of the Transport Committee. And over the next few years, I'm sure we will see the value of London Travel Watch and what they add. So to take them down to £100,000 from £1.1 million budget, it's insulting, to be honest. The attack on culture, we've heard from Assemblymember Duval, it doesn't stack up. It doesn't stack up for London's economy. It doesn't stack up in these very difficult times to cut things that people enjoy, that make being in London fun and exciting. And again, I think it's short-sighted. I'm concerned on the cuts in here, on the impact that will have on the fire service, particularly at this time when we've had the horrors of Grenfell, we've had the recent HMI report and so on. I'm worried about that. The one thing I do support in here is the TfL staff nominee scheme. I think it's just not right nowadays that you can allow not just the member of staff fine, but someone else, whoever it is, who lives in their household, to get free travel. It's something, as a Lib Dem, I've been highlighting here for 12 years, and colleagues did before I was on this body. So this budget amendment, I'm sure we're going to see the headline from it as part of the coming election campaign. It's a catchy name, I'm just going to look it up, the Violent Crime Emergency Fund, and the sentiment, what you're trying to tackle, absolutely is right. But to say that fund could pay for over 1,500 police officers, I don't think it's true. This is one-off funding. It's not sustainable, so it's not credible either. So for those reasons alone, I won't be supporting this amendment today. And then I come to the Green Amendment. And in recent years, I look at the amendments, I decide whether I can support them or not. And there's normally something in the Green Amendment that I can't bring myself to support. Last year it was paying people a salary 5 days a week, but they work 4 days a week. Things like that I couldn't quite see how that sits. But I've looked through the initiatives this year, I've read them through, and I don't think of them as Marxist. That's not where I'm coming from on this, Assemblymember Cooper. I look at this and think these are really good suggestions. There's some really nice ideas in here. Cleaning air around the schools, can't object to that. The idea of funding some organisations that will help support private renters out there. The idea of this years of Sundays out are nice, but the toilets, everything always comes down to toilets on the Transport Committee, I've learnt over the years, whether it's wanting toilets on Crossrail trains, wanting them at stations, but actually the idea of putting money to make sure the toilets are free, but also 6 changing places toilets, genuinely accessible toilets to meet the needs of everyone, whatever their disability, is really important. So I will be voting the first time ever for this amendment today.
That means they're going to win.
Toilets have it. Am I to add your name to the list of speakers, Assemblymember Cooper?
Oh. No, I was just having a little bit of fun there with Assemblymember Pigeon. I have never, just for clarity, ever seen her as a Marxist, and I'm sure she isn't. No, she's confirming that is in fact the case.
Okay. Assemblymember Copley.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak very briefly, specifically on the cuts to the culture budget in the Conservative amendment, because I really resent this portrayal as culture as some soft, frivolous thing. Assemblymember Duval has already set out very clearly how spending on culture is massively important to London's economy, and anyone who knows anything about London surely understands the importance of culture to London's economy. But also, it transforms lives, and it is a preventative measure that, when targeted properly, culture programmes prevent people from getting into things like crime and violent crime in the first place. We have to be looking at the root causes of this kind of things. Assemblymember Hall mentioned some of our great institutions, like the National Theatre. Well, some of the most important work the National Theatre does is its outreach work. And that kind of outreach work requires public subsidy. The Young Vic does incredible outreach work, reaching hard-to-reach people, the sort of people that won't just wander into the Tate or go to the National around Waterloo. And then there are organisations like Dream Arts in Westminster, which are transforming the lives of young people and who I was very pleased to host here at City Hall a few years ago. No one can tell me that the outreach work and the very excellent work that organisations like this do not have an impact on reducing the chances of young people getting into violent crime. Of course we agree that we need more police officers. Let's remind ourselves, though, whose austerity programme it was that led to 20,000 police officers being cut in the first place, the Conservatives. But we also need to be spending money on the root causes and on preventative measures. And so I really resent this portrayal as culture as some sort of soft option. It's absolutely crucial, alongside increasing police numbers, if we are going to deal with the terrible problem of violent crime.
Assembly Member Bailey.
I've been on Assembly now for 3 years, like Dave, nearly coming on to 4, and it can be hard to sit here and take lectures from the Labour group about cuts all the time, when they conveniently forget that they are the people who utterly destroyed the public finances. You left a note explaining that all the money had been spent. You left a note explaining that all the money had been spent. You conveniently forget your part in that part of our country's story. Just this morning, your own mayor completely denied a cut he made. Completely denied a cut he made. So the fact that you have this collective forgetfulness when it comes to cuts is amazing to me. It just makes everything you say that much harder to take seriously. The other thing I'd say as well, to characterise this budget amendment as only about the police is to demonstrate your complete misunderstanding of what's going on. Yes, Assembly Member Copley, you are right. Outreach projects in all their many different forms are very important to communities across London. I come from a youth work background and spent 20 plus years doing these sort of things. But to be clear, this budget amendment would give the mayor the flexibility to spend money in any place he deemed necessary. Be it extra police, extra youth provision, all of those things. It's an emergency fund that could be administered by the mayor. That's why it's been put in those times. And what you'll find, Assembly Member Duval, it will not unravel. You will go through it with your fine-tooth comb, as is your pleasure, and you'll find that it stacks up just fine. But what you'll also find, it puts into sharp relief the wastefulness that's been conducted by your own mayor. It will put into sharp relief the poor decisions that your mayor has made around tackling crime in London. They are the facts, and nodding your head will not change that. When you talk about dealing with the long-term effects of crime, when you talk about dealing, it's complex. There, we absolutely agree. I agree with you, it's definitely complex. But of course, this fund would give the mayor the opportunity to interact with some of those complexities and give him the flexibility to deal with the complexity as I see it. And that's why it has been put in this way. So the idea that you can characterise this as just stealing money from culture, which, by the way, the mayor, with this fund, could spend significantly more money on culture if he thought that was necessary, to me, is a disappointment. And that's why it's put in these terms. It's to give the mayor the ability to spend money in a way that will affect crime positively in any part of London in any way that mayor would then see fit. That's what it's for. It's not about robbing culture. It's not just about police officers. It's about actually dealing with crime in London, not making excuses and getting things done. Now, to talk about the Green Amendment, I really enjoy. I thought it was really good. I kid you not. I'm not trying to be facetious or funny. I thought it was really good. My problem is the money that you want to spend on improving London's insulation. We have lots of very old homes in London. I think this is just going to be a drop in the ocean and effectively, I get your point, and effectively a waste of money. So I'd like to see something else come back. But I do like your amendment. I do think it was a worthwhile contribution to the debate. Unlike our colleagues across the way who just characterised something in a way that suits them entirely and didn't look at it for what it was. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you. Well, I can tell Assembly Member Baylor that we'll be taking no lectures on this side for someone who actively supported a government that decimated our police services and public services. You supposedly supported the £833 million cuts that have been taken out of our police services for the last 10 years. And what's going to happen from now until 2022? The government still expect our Met Police to make a further £240 million worth of cuts as part of that austerity package. So the extra 200 million they've promised in these past couple of weeks does not even cover that. And that funding is only for 1 year. So as the Mayor said today, the ability to plan for future years is even more difficult. And what you want to do is put more money onto the precept. And as the Mayor have said, what we need to do is actually ask the government for extra money for policing, because otherwise, by continually adding it to the precepts, as the government is asking local police commissioners to do, is entirely regressive and puts the burden on low-income Londoners in particular. What also you haven't catered for in your budget is that the Mayor is putting £45 million into youth prevention projects as part of his Young Londoners Fund, and those projects will last for a further 2 or 3 years. And I was very pleased with his answer to Assemblymember Berry today that he will look at that business rates pot when it comes in, and he has said one of his priorities is, again, to try and do something about the causes of crime, and obviously youth activities is one of those. I also have to take issue with your 13 million that you say you can put back into the budget from the junk food ban, and I like the way you've worded your submission. You say that the Mayor has previously estimated that the current level of revenue generated by this type of advertising is £13 million per year. But you haven't mentioned that actually you've already been told that revenue hasn't been lost overall, that advertisers are actually advertising different products on the tube and the transport network, or that new advertisers are coming in. And when you put that against the 111 million annual cost of childhood obesity in our city alone, I think you can see that rather than the Mayor virtue signalling, perhaps the Tories are in this amendment. And Assemblymember Hall has made a lot about staffing costs. Well, of course, if almost £5 billion worth of money on housing is coming to our city, you need staff to administer that. And as the Mayor said today, with regards to that, with regards to the adult education budget, actually what this building has done is actually reduce the staffing ratio than what it was previously. So we are not supporting this. Although I do say with regards to the Green motion, the Green budget, because I've been campaigning particularly about TfL stopping charging on toilets. So I think it's a really good proposal. I had a meeting with them only a few months ago, and I think they are looking at this, and I've asked many mayors questions as well. So I'm quite hopeful that we're going to get that at some point.
Assemblymember Twycross.
Thank you, Chair. I think Assemblymember Curtin sounded a little bit like he was practising being a teacher again, and I think when he was sort of referring to the Conservatives' budget amendment, and I can say that actually I'm not surprised, because I'm not taking any lectures from the Tories either. They seem to think they should be not taking any from us, because they do need to go back to school about their basic maths. This document says it's all about police numbers, although I did get a bit confused with Assemblymember Bailey's intervention, because he seemed to be wanting to spend it on all sorts of other things as well. The figures in this document are based on a cost of around 65k per officer, whereas the Mayor's estimate is that it would cost 70,000. So if you take that into account, we'd be able to fund even fewer police officers, even before they took into account ongoing costs. So I think that I don't think this adds up. I think that we do share people's concerns about crime, as I think it's clear from this morning the Mayor does, but I think you won't be surprised that I won't be supporting your budget amendment either. So thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a tradition in this place, and I rise speaking at probably will indeed be my last budget debate. I've had 12 years of these. Thank you very much. But I don't often rise in this context, but I have to say I'm rising to support our motion. Also to comment, and it's a tradition again that the Green Group produces thoughtful amendments, has done over many years, your predecessors, and I think many of us around the table have always wanted to support much of it, and again, your tradition will continue, no doubt, and you never know next time around, although I won't be here. Now, I want to rise just to say a few words about our amendment, and I have to say, I'm disappointed, though of course entirely predictable, that the Labour group will refuse to support it. But again, the context saddens me because we are in a crisis of violent crime in this town. And I think, and I wouldn't expect the group across to support because that's not the way things work, but it kind of saddens me on behalf of Londoners that we can't come to some sort of meeting of minds on this, because I think the reasons that you found one by one to object to the pieces along here have some merit, but actually ignore the fact that we have a crisis and we are losing far too many people. I don't think Londoners out there want to hear us squabble about historic reasons. They don't necessarily want to hear about a Labour government of many years ago and Gordon Brown, and they don't want to necessarily hear about 5 years ago Tory cuts. That's just an internal in-house squabble. They want to hear about what is this mayor going to do to make them and their families safe. I'm not like Len, I'm a working class boy. I've not been patted on the head and sent away to be a good boy. I believe in keeping Londoners safe. There are real options here we could do so. I know there are reasons why certain members won't be able to support this. Perhaps going into the next term, those who will be honoured and privileged to be around this table can combine together, work together and make Londoners even more safe. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done. Assembly Member Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have very strongly supported Mayor's approach to culture-led regeneration, something which makes major contribution not only to London's economy, but as we've heard from my colleague, Assembly Member Topley, how it helps the community in terms of community cohesion, as well as contributing to the public health approach, which obviously deals in a big way, as we all agree, to tackling violent crime, which obviously we're all very concerned about. I simply want to focus on the economic benefits that culture-led regeneration provides. I've got some interesting figures here. Creative industries generate £52 billion worth of investment and benefits per year. Creative economy accounts for 1 in 6 jobs across London when it comes to its contribution to economic benefits. Creative employment is growing faster than average economy across London. And culture, our cultural diversity is one of the main reasons why tourist industry is so prominent in London, which is worth £7.3 billion. Key achievements of Mayor under his emphasis on culture-led regeneration. As we heard yesterday morning in this very chamber, Mayor has initiated London Borough of Culture program, and how already Waltham Forest within the first year have actually got initiative affecting both economic regeneration as well as whole raft of very interesting projects involving community, led by the community, which is helping at all levels in terms of the public health approach, which is so vital for London. Also, now we have got Borough of Brent following the same direction. And from the current analysis that we have, that we heard yesterday, these programs are sustainable. Sustainable in terms of investment, resources we get not only from local councils, but from the partners, whether they are businesses or other agencies right across the board. We also got East Bank, which obviously is heralding new culture and education district in LLDC area. Over 500 venues and creative spaces have been saved across in last 3 years. So, I strongly believe that investment in culture is essential. It is not something where money is being thrown away. If anything, it is a resource. It is an investment which helps our cultural diversity, which is of a big strength, as well as it helps London's economy. And indeed, as we heard from Assembly Member Topley, it helps to address root causes of problems that we have, dealing with crime and other issues that we have in London. So I cannot and will not support the kind of cuts which have been portrayed through culture, which I'm afraid seems to be something Tories every time, they're proposing savings come along, which is totally unacceptable. Thank you.
Okay. Assembly Member, I'm coming to you, Assembly Member Boff, because you've reserved your right. I just want to know, are you chairing from behind, are you? There's no other speakers, then let's go to summation. Assembly Member Boff, you reserved your right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do like the way that our amendment has very sharply indicated the difference between the political groups on this. We at no point have said that we want to get rid of culture. We like culture. Half the reason people live here and stay here is because of the cultural life in this city. But from your side, from the Labour side, you seem to think that culture would disappear unless the taxpayer was propping it up. I mean, that's quite the most ridiculous assertion that I have ever heard. That 52 billion of gross value coming into the country contributed by London's culture would vanish once 3 million, a small sum was shaved from the mayor's proposals. There was that small amount. You seem to indicate that there will be chaos as a result of that the Royal Opera House will close down, that all of a sudden all the street parties will disappear, the pubs will stop having comedy nights, and all the West End theatres will start boarding themselves up. But for this £3 million that we want to go into addressing the curse of knife crime in London. And we use other examples as well. London and Partners, ladies and gentlemen, that extremely useful organisation, because let's face it, if it wasn't for the £13 million that we spend on London and Partners, who would know where London was? Nobody. It would disappear from the maps. People would stop reporting on it. People would stop investing in here, because it's only for that £13 million. That's the only reason they've come to London. This amendment, as my colleague and the next Mayor of London so ably indicated, is about a reorientating of the budget to address the curse of knife crime. So when the Mayor comes up with excuses for not being able to fund, perhaps, youth clubs, perhaps cultural initiatives, we need to do that funding in the context of fighting knife crime. And at the moment, we have the excuses that we haven't got the budget. This amendment solves that. It sets up the emergency fund, not entirely for police officers, but for addressing that curse. Londoners think this is the priority. 3 years ago, housing was the priority in Londoners' minds. It was the most important thing. I rather like that because I rather like the housing brief that I have. But no, Londoners are concerned now about how the police are losing control of our streets. And the public health model of fighting crime is about reorientating your entire budget, your entire operation, within the context of fighting crime. This budget, and only this budget, addresses that priority. I know you won't support it, but I urge you to, because ultimately the GLA will run like this, and we will say, we told you so.
Very good, very good.
Cracking performance.
4 stars.
Assembly Member Russell, follow that.
I'm looking forward to it.
Pull that chair.
So, I'm going to start by looking at this blue budget. You have, correctly, as everyone I think around the room would agree, identified there is a violent crime emergency in London. What you haven't identified is that it is your government that has partly led to the lack of funding for police. But you've also gone about fixing this in a really negative way. You're making cuts, you're looking for things to get rid of, instead of looking for things, constructive things, positive money that you can find that isn't being well used at the moment, that could be put to better purpose. And these things that you're trying to cut away at are just mean-spirited. We've heard from several people about the situation with culture. You know, bring on the bicycle ballet, please. There's so much stuff that is coming out of what Andrew, I think, described as a small amount that you were going to shave from the Mayor's culture budget. But actually, that £3 million can make a massive difference if it is working with community groups and actually will help to solve the violent crime emergency. You say yourselves, this fund can be used at the Mayor's discretion to bring London's violent crime emergency to an end and could be used to pay for anything, from additional police officers to crime prevention schemes or community support programmes. Put it into those culture programmes and you will get good stuff happening with young people that will help to divert people away from violent crime. Len Duval said it is complicated. It's not like there's simple one-off answers. So, anyway, let me get back to my notes. Gone off on a tangent there. So, the junk food ban. The junk food ban is actually a good thing for Londoners. TfL budgets, TfL income should all be about public purpose and doing things for good. Now, The Guardian has today announced just wait and listen, The Guardian has today announced that they are not going to take on any new adverts that worsen the climate emergency. No adverts for flights, anything that worsens the climate emergency. Things are changing. People are realising that you have to put public purpose at the very centre of your business model if you want to contribute to public good. And it's quite right that TfL have a junk food ban to try and help prevent the scourge of obesity and ill health that affects so many people in our city. So I think the only other thing I want to say to you, to the Conservative group, is why aren't you using the unallocated SIF, the money that's sitting down the back of the sofa? You could have actually done what you wanted to do with your budget and actually taken that money that's there and available to be used. Our budget has not made any cuts. We have simply found money that was not being used and made sure that it's used properly. Now, I just want to very briefly thank, BAG, the Marxist-Leninist nightmare. I'm going to put that on my Twitter profile, I think. But seriously, I am really grateful to the members around this chamber who have looked at our amendments seriously and have noticed that we are doing constructive and positive things for Londoners. Len, you said we were at least interesting and referenced that Sean was clapping when Caroline Pidgeon said that she would be supporting our amendment. Yes, Caroline, having her endorsement, that makes me feel really proud of the work that we've put into it. You know, Caroline is a respected member of this Assembly, and the fact that we have got nothing in our amendment that she can't agree with that's good. We'll take that. We're very grateful for that. So I hope that other members around this chamber will just have a look. Assembly Member Pigeon thinks this amendment is okay. She knows it's a good amendment. There's good stuff in here. Please will you vote for it?
Well, that's up to Assembly Member Hall. Can I have your summation,
Yes,
please?
thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll try and respond to many of the comments. First of all, the Green Amendment. There are some interesting things in that. And whilst colleagues opposite think that we aren't interested in green policies, we actually are. But as ever, you have to find out how to pay for things. And I'll snap to your summation just then. The trouble with money that you find at, I quote, down the back of the sofa is money that cannot be rolled over. Whereas the things that we have taken out of our budget, they're all sustainable, going back to Caroline Pigeon's point. They are all revenue streams that can be diverted into this fund. So believe me, it has been looked at. It isn't one-off costs. The problems with the way you want to fund the things that you propose is it's on a one-off basis. Unfortunately, toilets need to be maintained, etc. So there's an ongoing, very heavy revenue cost. I fully support the idea, but at the end of the day, and I'm trying not to be rude, there is no magic money tree. You have to look at revenue streams that can be repeated if you're looking to transfer money into something of any value. So whilst we won't agree with your amendment, obviously we do listen to what you say, because there is a green emergency, as we know. Now, David, I hear what you say about Travel Watch. Assemblymember Pigeon mentioned all the staff, etc. Well, there aren't very many staff there. I did speak to the chap in charge of it, and I do think some of that could be rolled into the responsibilities of the Transport Committee and also Transport Focus, but happy to discuss that another time. But thank you for supporting the rest of what you think we would do. Caroline, I've responded to you. Our budget is absolutely sustainable. We've looked into that. Assemblymember McCartney, the advertising revenue that we've identified is because, and we absolutely agree, obesity is something that's got to be dealt with. That's not the issue. We were looking at where we could look at funding, etc. The problem is, although revenue is going up with the advertising, it's not going up at the same trajectory as it should do, as it would have done before. And that has been, that we've actually asked the question, we've got that confirmed. That is the case. So that has been priced up properly. Then if I can go to Assemblymember Copley and Assemblymember Shah, if I may. My colleague, Assemblymember Boff, put it far better than I could. But actually, it is just the 3 million. I don't know anybody that's been diverted from crime, etc., by bicycle, ballet, or listening to bats. If it can be proven that they are, then I'm sure that our Violent Crime Emergency Fund could be tapped for that. But I have to say, this group does support culture, absolutely would do, and £18 million, which is where we would take it down to, would absolutely support core culture things, and I would imagine lots of other things as well. So that's that. Now, last but absolutely not least, Assemblymember Deval. Now, Assemblymember Deval, I would absolutely not pat you on the head as a working class boy. I am a working class woman, and I absolutely agree with far more than many would think that I do agree with you. And you're completely right. This is all about choices. And one of the things Assemblymember Pigeon said, that, you know, it's not just our responsibility here, crime, it's the responsibility of councils, etc., etc. Now, while I accept that, There are people being murdered out there. Somebody has got to get to grip with this. Somebody has got to say, okay, it might be this person's responsibility, it might be that person's responsibility, but for goodness sake, our kids are getting murdered on our streets. Consequently, I think we need to take this by the throat and look at everywhere we can save money, which is what we've done. It's all sustainable, so we're not saying we'd do this and then couldn't continue to do it. Because at the moment there is only one game in town, and that is keeping Londoners safe. And it is so important. These families that are living out there, their kids, they think they're involved in gangs, they don't know. They don't know if they're coming home. I don't think any of us are in that position, thank God. But because we're not in that position, but we are in a position of power because we are politicians, we need to actually make the case for finding the money wherever we can until we deal with this terrible issue. The sad thing is this affects the working class boys and girls more than anybody else. And very often they haven't got the wherewithal to know what to do about it. They don't know how to get out of a life of crime. They need our help. And it is very irresponsible if we, as a body of people, asking the mayor where to put his money, it is so irresponsible if we don't say, Mayor Khan, we want a little bit off the culture budget. We want a lot off your PR agency. We want a lot off of TfL subsidies, etc. Please, Mayor Khan, put your money into making Londoners safe, because on this side, that is exactly what we want. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to the vote. Votes in the name of the amendment put forward by Assemblymember Hall. Can I see those in favour?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, Chair.
7 in favour. Can I see those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 against, Chair.
Okay. So that amendment falls. The result was 15 against, 7 for. Can I see those in favour of...
Assemblymember Russell's indicating, Chair.
Vote.
She's asking for a name vote on...
Can you stand up and tell me what it is you want to raise with me?
Thank you very much. Understanding Order 2.7a, I'm requesting an alphabetical vote on a budget amendment or a budget-related motion.
Okay. It is correct. We'll go to a named vote related to the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Russell. Are we ready?
We are, Chair. I will call Assembly members' names in alphabetical order with the Deputy Chairman and the Chair listed last. Members are asked to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining from voting. Assemblymember Bailey. Assemblymember Berry. Assemblymember Buff.
Oh, against, apart from the toilet thing.
Cooper. Assemblymember Cooper.
Against. It's actually quite difficult to hear.
I didn't hear you say my name. Sorry.
Assemblymember Desai.
Yes.
Assemblymember Devonish.
Against.
Assemblymember Dismal.
Against.
Assemblymember Duval.
Against.
Assemblymember Eshalomi, MP. Assemblymember Gavron.
Against.
Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember Curtin.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember O'Connell.
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon. Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Dr Sahota.
Against.
Assemblymember Shah.
Against.
Assemblymember Twycross.
Against.
Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Against.
And Assembly Member Arnold, Chair.
Against.
That is 20 votes against and 3 votes in favour, Chair.
Thank you. So that follows that your amendment falls, okay? Then let's then move to...
We have one which we can put out now.
Yes, there's a motion that we've received, which will be distributed now. One motion.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Assembly Member Pigeon. Yeah.
How can we discuss this just like that? I'm saying to spring a thing like this on us, a technical matter, how can we expect this? It's happening by motion, isn't it?
Well, get up and say. That's why you'll be voting against it. Everybody's got a copy of the motion in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon. It's a motion entitled Silvertown Road Tunnel Motion. I'll call upon Assembly Member Pigeon now to propose a motion.
Lovely, and thank you. And can I, under Standing Order 2.7a, request a named vote on this motion? And I'd like to thank Assembly Member Russell for seconding this motion today. And actually, I'd like to put on record, as we're coming towards the end of the term, my thanks to all the members who've helped me carry out my role, even though I'm a lone member rather than being part of a group, because it is challenging to be able to table things. But this motion today is about priorities, the priorities of this Mayor in his budget around transport projects. The Mayor claims there is a climate emergency, and his transport strategy wants us to have 80% of journeys on public transport, walking or cycling by 2041. Very bold stuff. And yet he's going ahead with the Silvertown Tunnel, a massive road tunnel, a motorway effectively under the Thames, completely contradictory. And we need to consider today whether the political leaders in Hackney, Lewisham and Greenwich are right in calling for the scheme to be scrapped or at least paused. And is it right that much needed public transport schemes, such as the desperately needed signalling upgrade to the Piccadilly line and many others, are scrapped when this road building project has been given the green light by Sadiq Khan? How can it be right that a pedestrian and cycling bridge between Rotherhithe to Canary Wharf is scrapped when an expensive road tunnel is given the go-ahead? And of course, improved connections across the Thames are important, but there are real alternatives to the Silvertown Tunnel. Tolling the Blackwall Tunnel now would suppress demand and generate revenue. It would help fund a free shuttle bus service across the Thames. The Mayor has admitted this option has not even been considered. And of course, congestion exists at the Blackwall Tunnel, but again, there are alternatives. Indeed, let's be clear, in time, the Silvertown Road Tunnel would generate more road traffic and create further congestion, not just in the location where congestion currently exists, but on approaching roads on both sides of the Thames. The Silvertown Tunnel is expensive and in many respects an outdated project. It's not going to solve problems in the long term. Indeed, it's going to merely create future ones, particularly around the issue of air pollution. So it's vital that Londoners have a full picture of what the Mayor is doing. The contract he has signed should be published as quickly as possible, and certainly before the pre-election period starts. And even at the 11th hour, Londoners need to know what the alternatives are from halting the scheme. And I wish to quote now from a rather eloquent and well-informed person whose words were expressed in opposition to the Silvertown Tunnel. I quote, "My fear is that far from alleviating congestion and air pollution, the proposed scheme will exacerbate both to the detriment of the health and quality of life of local residents. The status quo remains untenable and needs to be addressed. But after wrestling with these proposals over many years, I have come to the conclusion that we deserve smarter, more effective and more imaginative solutions than what is being proposed. That's not the words of a fellow Liberal Democrat or other campaigner. These words are those of Matthew Pennycock, the Labour MP for Greenwich and Woolwich, who has come out against this project. He should be listened to, as should many others who are putting forward practical alternatives to the Silvertown Road Tunnel. I urge the Assembly to back this motion today, and let's look to invest in much-needed public transport and walking and cycling projects rather than this road tunnel. Thank you very much.
Okay, Assemblymember Russell to second.
Thank you, Chair. I am seconding this budget motion on the Silvertown Road Tunnel. Sian and I have been standing up against Silvertown Tunnel since before we were elected to the Assembly, and our predecessors led work against this climate-busting urban motorway. Now, I'm glad that we've carried on that work and worked with those members of the Assembly who understand the risks this tunnel poses. In January 2013, Sian stood on the banks of the Thames holding up a banner demanding no new roads in her former job, as Newham and Greenwich councils celebrated the Silvertown Road Tunnel proposals. And I've had to not only object to the tunnel, but a huge 3-level warehouse full of lorries proposed to be built in Silvertown. Newham and Greenwich have more recently expressed doubts, along with Southwark and Hackney, and the Mayor should have acted on those doubts. Opposition to the Silvertown Road Tunnel comes from all over London, as far as Hackney and Lewisham, where residents are going to see an increase in traffic. Now, TfL like to talk about this tunnel as removing congestion, but the reality is that it will result in more traffic clogging up both sides of the Thames. More traffic will be induced, more pollution and carbon emissions will blight our city and the communities living around and alongside the road. TfL are pledging that there will be no extra traffic. We've heard this argument before at the Mersey Gateway crossing and on the Forth Bridge. In both cases, even with a toll for crossing the Mersey, traffic has increased. Building new roads always means more traffic. This has been a repeated scientific finding from the 90s onwards. We should be reacting to this hard science and irrefutable data. And science doesn't just tell us that new roads mean more traffic. We're learning daily about the risk to our health from pollution and of the impact that carbon emissions from transport are having on our climate. We must act now to decarbonise transport. We cannot justify business as usual or new roads. We have to create the transport that we need to remove car dependency. This tunnel proposal belongs in an archive with all the plans from the 1970s and 80s that were ditched when we fought off the new roads in the 1990s. Now, there was a time when people could claim ignorance of the climate emergency. That was more than 3 decades ago. Now, you will note that our budget amendment did not include plans for cancelling the Silvertown Road Tunnel, and that's because, as this motion states, we do not even know the cost without seeing the contract. We don't know the cost of cancellation. The Mayor must make the cost of cancellation clear. Now, the Mayor should be using every penny he can from every source to make London better for everyone and to answer the climate emergency. As our budget amendment showed, that's sometimes helpful everyday things like toilets. It's also about tube extensions, new trams, electric buses, new cycling and walking crossings. If the Mayor is serious about hitting his 80% target for walking, cycling and public transport, he needs to shift his focus away from behind the windscreen. I call on everyone in this Assembly to stand with the many Londoners campaigning against this road tunnel. I support the motion.
Assemblymember Bolf.
Clever motion. I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't know this was coming. And I've got to state my position very clearly because I've been strongly against the Silvertown Tunnel from its inception, and I know that's a view that is not shared by the rest of my group. And I would like to support this motion, and it reads so very well until the last few words, because it explicitly adds the Rotherhithe and Canary Wharf cycling and pedestrian bridge, which I fear is going to be the next Garden Bridge, quite frankly. It is ridiculously expensive and ridiculously ambitious. But for that phrase, I would be supporting this motion today, and I don't know if anything can be done about that. I believe that the Silvertown Bridge, the Mayor has repeatedly, for example, avoided questions from myself and other Assembly members about the effects on air pollution in South Newham and Tower Hamlets. When you go to, for example, the Royal Docks Ward, you can actually taste the air pollution. It's from the city airport there. And this is an environment into which many, many more cars are going to be introduced. Many, many more fumes are going to be introduced. And the fact that the Mayor and his environmental team have been dancing around this issue, a very simple question: will the quality of air in that part of Newham and Tower Hamlets be worsened as a result of Silvertown Tunnel? They refuse to reply. And the reason they refuse to reply is because they know it gets worse. Now, before you put me into the school of tree huggers here, I am actually for building a crossing on the Thames. I think the east of London needs a crossing. So, if this was about that, I, again, wouldn't be able to share, wouldn't be able to vote for it. Because I do believe that we need something to remove traffic from that traffic that wants to go to south of the river from inner London. The Silvertown Tunnel is just the wrong scheme, and there are others I could propose which would more adequately deal with the level of traffic in that area. So I'm afraid you've lost my vote on this, but for that last small, those last few words of the statement. Otherwise, I would enthusiastically be supporting that motion.
Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I just cannot support this motion. It's the usual head in the sands approach by the proposers. And as quite rightly stated by my colleague, to look to return to the fiasco that is the Rotherhithe and Canary Wharf cycling and pedestrian bridge just beggars belief. I think there will be a good solution for that, and that will be in the form of a ferry that will be able to carry both cyclists and pedestrians, and that will be a very practical solution. It's interesting that we have these suggestions that Blackwall Tunnel should be tolled, but why don't we toll all the bridges then? Yeah. Why is it in East London we have to pay tolls? We have to pay tolls to cross the Queen Elizabeth Bridge, and we were promised that that tolling would be finished once it was paid for, but instead of that we continue to pay tolls for that. When the Silvertown link is built, we will also have to pay tolls on the Blackwall Tunnel. That's just not acceptable. This should be not only built, I do agree with my colleague Assembly Member Boff, I personally would think there was a better location for it, but at least we have something. At the moment, large vehicles cannot use the Blackwall Tunnel. Double-decker buses cannot use the Blackwall Tunnel. So there's a very poor single-deck service for the buses, and the large vehicles have to do a 40-mile detour. Then that can be between 1 and 3 hour detour because they cannot use the Silverlink Tunnel. Think of the pollution that is creating. Lorries sitting in traffic trying to get out to Dartford, or sitting in traffic trying to get from Dartford into Greenwich. That is the real cost. This tunnel will provide adequate room for large vehicles to go through, but more importantly, double-deck buses can go through. And if there's a decent double-decker bus service, more people will use it. Equally, within those plans is the proposal that those buses will be able to carry push bikes as well. So that means that people will be able to ride up to the Silvertown Tunnel, put their push bike on the back of the bus and then go through the tunnel. At the moment, there is no way that people can cross that part of London on a push bike, unless, of course, they use the other thing that others are against, which is the Emirates cable car. And you can use, but then that takes you miles out of your way. This is clearly a very logical proposal that the Mayor has chosen to do. It's not often that I stand up to support the Mayor, but I think it's very well thought out. I don't think actually that it is the best solution, but at least it's a solution, unless we want to get into the situation that we have around our airports where we keep putting it off, oh, that might be one runway, two runways, and by the time, if we ever do build another runway somewhere in London, it will not meet the capacity. And the same with this, if we keep putting this off, it will not meet the capacity. The way forward is to improve our transport methods, not by causing more congestion by sticking our heads in the sand.
Assembly Member Twycross.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to note that if the members who've submitted this motion really wanted to do anything other than cause a little bit of chaos and have a good stunt in the budget meeting, they might actually have discussed it with groups in advance. I find myself in the unusual position. I think Assemblymember Prince noted that he's not often in agreement with the Mayor. I'm not always in agreement with you, Assemblymember Prince, although on this occasion I do agree with much of what you said, possibly with the exception of the point on road pricing, because I do think we do need to consider road pricing as a mechanism of bringing down traffic in the future. My main issue with the motion, and I think this is another thing that for the future people can raise issues in advance, is that I think it's actually a bit misleading, because the funding cannot simply be reallocated, because the finances around the Silvertown Tunnel are predicated on the tolling, so they can't just simply be reallocated. But I'm afraid I can't support this motion. I think that we do need to have another road crossing on that stretch of the Thames. It's never going to be in a position that satisfies everyone, and I do have sympathy for those people who have been objecting. However, the Mayor's got a strategic role, this body's actually got a strategic role, and if we block every single strategic transport proposal simply because it doesn't work 100%, we're actually not necessarily doing our job effectively. But I think road pricing is something that we really do need to support as a body in the future. But this motion hasn't been discussed in advance. It was just thrown down at last minute. It could easily, given it must have been worked on some time ago, handed out at the beginning of the session so people could at least digest what it says. I find it misleading. I think that I can't support this motion today.
Assembly Member Shaw.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. As the lead member on transport for the group, and also on behalf of the group, I must say that I am disappointed that, let alone consulting and sharing this issue with us, or even informing about the motion, which is about a very important project affecting population across several boroughs. And it raises some interesting points in terms of, what options, for example, TfL has to this tunnel, etc. But also, had we had notice, we would have objectively looked at what the implications of cancellation of the contract are. Because, this is not easily done. So whatever, pros or cons of this solution or the scheme that we have, it is something that needs to be explored very, very clearly and effectively before we agree or disagree to something. So I must say that, this is an area which we could have had some or a lot of cross-party sort of dialogue and then take it forward. So all I can say is that we are not in a position to support this, because a lot more further work needs to be done to actually check what is the right thing to do, and viability of even cancelling the contract, let alone the other complex issue that the motion raises. Thank you.
Assembly Member Curtin.
Thank you, Chair. This motion on the Silvertown Tunnel does present something that I would agree with, and your concerns there about how it's being financed by a private finance initiative, it is a great concern for me, because I've never heard of a PFI deal that's been a good deal for the taxpayer. And what the motion says is that we actually don't know the details of that deal. I mean, in the session this morning, Assemblymember Dismore mentioned a PFI deal which the London Fire Brigade have with Babcock for 25 years of training, and that lasts for a very, very long time. There's PFI deals which schools have and hospitals have, and they have egregious conditions attached to them, which mean that you have to pay extortionate amounts to service changing a light bulb, for example. We all know that, and that's been part of our political debate for many, many years. So I'm surprised that actually this has been, the finance for this has been agreed with a PFI deal. I mean, I would think that it would be far simpler, more transparent and better value for the taxpayer for TfL to issue something like a 10-year corporate bond, which then wouldn't tie us to any particular conditions, and there may be a cancellation clause in that deal, as the motion mentions, which would be impossible to get out of because it would be financially insurmountable. So there's no transparency here. So on that part of the motion, I totally agree with what you're saying about the PFI contract and how it's not transparent and we need to know about it. However, on the whole issue of building and constructing the Silvertown Tunnel, that's something that does need to happen, because congestion at the north and south of the Blackwall Tunnel is terrible, and that actually does increase the air pollution in the surrounding areas. So we need relief for the traffic in the Blackwall Tunnel. So the Silvertown Tunnel really must be built. But I do certainly agree with your concerns about the PFI deal. But having said all that, I won't be voting for the motion, because I do think the Silvertown Tunnel does need to be built. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I absolutely loathe abstaining, but there are times, and I completely agree with Assembly Member Shah and Assembly Member Twycross. This is a subject that is so difficult within groups because we all have different views. I would really have liked to have discussed this with my group and heard their opinions on this, because some of them have studied this far more than others. This is something, traffic and transport need not necessarily be political, but it is very complex and it is difficult to take in. And on that basis, I want to explain why I shall be abstaining, which is something I hate doing. But if only we'd had notice of this, we could have actually had a proper discussion, which I think it does deserve.
Summation, Assembly Member Pigeon, and I understand you want to set out an alteration to your motion.
Yes, thank you very much. So can I do an alteration to the motion with permission of my seconder in the final sentence to delete such as the Rotherhithe to Canary Wharf cycling and pedestrian bridge?
That's fine.
There we go.
Sorry, Chair, that's fine because it doesn't negate your motion.
And I would just say, I think Assemblyman Prince said this is a head in the sands approach. It isn't. It's just a different view of the world to yourself, Assemblyman Prince. I don't believe the motorist is king. I think building more roads leads to congestion and more pollution and more traffic, and that's why I don't support this scheme. I didn't discuss this motion. I thought about doing an amendment, but it's rather tricky as a lone member. I didn't discuss it with the other two larger groups, particularly on the Assembly, because as far as I was aware, you're both pro the tunnel. So I didn't see there was a particular point in having a discussion when you didn't agree with the whole premise of this motion. And that's why I didn't come to you, because you seem to be, from previous discussions, in favour of it. But obviously I should take that on board for future motions. But the point of this motion is, this contract has been signed, in my view, controversially, before the May elections. But regardless, it's been signed without the details now being made public, and we need to know what is in that contract. We need to understand it fully. What are the implications? And we do need to understand, are there break clauses, are there penalty clauses if the contract is come to an end? And what you could then do, potentially, and it may be it's absolutely impossible, you could cancel the project and you could use the revenue you're using to finance the PFI. You could use that for other borrowing to then finance other schemes that you think are a greater priority. But if I come back to the point at the start of my motion, the words that I use, this is about priorities, the priorities of the Mayor of London. This Mayor of London has chosen to sign a contract, a PFI contract that could be costly, to build a road tunnel. I think it's the wrong priority, and that's why I've put this motion before you all today. And I hope more members will come on board and support it today.
Okay, and we move to the name vote as requested. Thank
So
you.
this is a vote on the budget relation motion in the name of Assemblymember Pigeon as altered by Assemblymember Pigeon. I will call each member alphabetically as before, with the Deputy Chairman and the Chair listed last. Members are asked to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining. Assemblymember Bailey.
Against.
Assemblymember Berry.
For.
Assemblymember Boff.
For.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Against.
Assemblymember Copley.
Against.
Assemblymember Desai.
Against.
Assemblymember Devonish. He's absent. Assemblymember Dismore.
Against.
Assemblymember Duval.
Against.
Assemblymember Eshalomi MP.
Against.
Assemblymember Gavron.
Against.
Assemblymember Hall.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Curtin.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney.
Against.
Assemblymember O'Connell.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
For.
Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Dr Sahota.
Against.
Assemblymember Shah.
Against.
Assemblymember Twycross.
Against.
Deputy Chairman Assemblymember Arbour.
Against.
And the Chair Assemblymember Arnold.
Against.
That is 16 votes against, Chair 4 in favour and 2 abstentions. The motion falls.
The motion falls. Thank you. Okay, let's now move to the final stages of this budget meeting. Okay, right. So, going back to the amendments. No budget amendments have been agreed by a simple majority, right? As that is the case, what I'll now do is put the substantive motion to you. But before I do that, I must ask you, are there any further formal budget amendments? Don't want you to miss your opportunity. No? Are there any further budget-related motions? No? Okay. So, I'm putting to you that this Assembly approves the draft consolidated budget for 2020 to 2021, together with the draft component budgets comprised within it, without amendments. So, can I see those in favour of that substantive motion?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
12. Can I see those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against, Chair.
So 10 against, 12 for. That is passed. Now, just a minute. I have to do something else. So, okay, yeah. So, because no amendment to the budget has been agreed and the substantive motion before the Assembly has been agreed, The Assembly is therefore deemed by paragraph 5 brackets 5 close brackets of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999 to have approved the draft consolidated budget without amendment. That concludes the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget. The Assembly will consider the Mayor's final draft budget proposal at its meeting on February 24th, 2020. The date of the next meeting of the Assembly is scheduled to be the plenary meeting due to take place 10 a.m. on Thursday, 6th February in the Chamber. And that will be used to consider the draft London plan. Wonderful day that's going to be. So excited. I can't wait. And item 6, there's no urgent business. So let me bang you and say thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you very much, Chair.